Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never shared this with anyone online before, but I need to know if anyone else has experienced something like this. It's been 11 years since it happened, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I was 10 years old and sleeping over at my friend Megan's apartment. She lived in the same complex as my family, just 2 buildings over. It was summer break, and her mum had let us have a little sleepover with our other friend, Kayla. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just 3 girls eating too much junk food, watching movies we probably shouldn't have been watching, and staying up way too late giggling about stupid stuff. Megan's apartment was on the 3rd floor, and her bedroom window faced the front of the building, overlooking the parking lot and the street beyond it. We had all fallen asleep sometime after midnight, sprawled across Megan's bedroom floor in our sleeping bags. I don't know exactly what time it was when I woke up, but it was definitely the middle of the night. Everyone else was still asleep. At first, I thought maybe I'd had a bad dream, but I couldn't remember dreaming anything. I just felt wrong, like something had pulled me out of sleep. My chest felt tight, and my skin was all prickly, like when you know someone's watching you. I remember lying there for a few minutes, trying to fall back asleep, but that feeling wouldn't go away. The room felt stuffy and too warm, so I figured maybe I just needed some air. I carefully stepped over Kayla, who was snoring softly, and made my way to the window. Megan's blinds were old and kind of broken. They didn't close all the way at the bottom, so I could see out without having to adjust them. At first, I just looked up at the sky. It was clear that night, and I could see stars and treetops swaying slightly in the breeze. I remember thinking how peaceful it looked, and how weird it was that I felt so anxious when everything seemed so calm. Then I looked down. Standing in the middle of the street directly below Megan's window was a man, not just any man, someone dressed entirely in black. Black pants, black jacket, and a black ski mask that covered his whole face except for his eyes. He was completely motionless, like a statue, and he was staring directly up at the window, directly at me. I can't explain the feeling that washed over me. It wasn't just fear. It was like ice water had replaced all the blood in my body. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. His eyes were locked onto mine, and even from 3 stories up, I could feel the intensity of his stare. He didn't wave. He didn't move. He just watched. After what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds, I managed to step back from the window. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I stumbled over to where Megan was sleeping and shook her shoulder. "Megan," I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady. "Megan, wake up." She groaned and rolled over. "What? What time is it?" "There's someone outside," I said, my voice shaking. "There's a man in a mask staring at your window." That got her attention. She sat up, rubbing her eyes. "What? Where?" "In the street, right below. He's wearing all black with a ski mask. He's just standing there staring up." Kayla had woken up too by this point. "What's going on?" she mumbled sleepily. "Lily says there's some creepy guy outside," Megan explained, getting to her feet. "The 3 of us went to the window together." I pointed down at the street. "See, right there, the guy in black." Megan squinted into the darkness. "Where? I don't see anyone." "Right there," I insisted, pointing again. "In the middle of the street. The guy in the black ski mask. He's looking right at us." Because he was. He hadn't moved an inch. His head was still tilted up, his eyes still fixed on the window. On us. On me. Kayla shook her head. "I don't see anyone either, Lily." I felt a chill run down my spine. How could they not see him? He was right there, plain as day, standing under the streetlight. The orange glow illuminated him perfectly. "You guys are messing with me," I said, trying to laugh it off. "He's right there in the middle of the street." Megan gave me a weird look. "Lily, there's nobody there. The street's empty." I looked again. The man was still there, still staring. I could see him so clearly. The way his chest barely moved as he breathed, the slight shine on the material of his mask, the way his fingers were splayed slightly at his sides. "Stop it," I said, my voice rising. "It's not funny. He's right there." "Lily, I swear I don't see anyone," Megan said, looking concerned now. "Are you okay?" I wasn't okay. I was terrified. I looked back down at the street, and the man tilted his head slightly to the side, like he was studying me. It was such a small movement, but it sent another wave of ice through my veins. "He moved," I whispered. He just tilted his head. Kayla exchanged a look with Megan. "Maybe you had a bad dream." "I'm not dreaming," I said, my voice getting louder. "He's right there. Why can't you see him?" I was starting to panic. I could feel tears welling up in my eyes. Why were they pretending they couldn't see him, or were they really not seeing him? The thought that I might be seeing something that wasn't there scared me almost as much as the man himself. "He's wearing all black," I said desperately. "A black jacket, black pants, black ski mask. He's just standing there, staring up at us. Please tell me you see him." Megan put her hand on my shoulder. "Lily, I promise you there's no one there. Look, the street is completely empty." But it wasn't. He was still there, still watching, and now he had raised one hand, ever so slightly, like he was about to wave or beckon. That's when I really lost it. I started crying and backing away from the window. "He's raising his hand," I shouted. "He's trying to get me to come down there." My shouting must have woken up Megan's sister, Hannah, who was 16 at the time. She came stumbling into the room, looking annoyed. "What the hell is going on?" she demanded. Megan quickly explained that I was seeing someone outside who they couldn't see. Hannah, still half asleep and irritated, came to the window and looked out. "There's nobody there," she confirmed, giving me a suspicious look. "Are you trying to prank us or something?" "No!" I was sobbing now. "I swear he's there, right under the streetlight. Why can't any of you see him?" Hannah sighed and turned on Megan's bedroom light. "Look, it's the middle of the night. You probably had a nightmare or something. There's no one outside." But there was. Even with the bedroom light on, I could still see him through the window. He had lowered his hand again and was back to his statue-like stillness, just staring, waiting. I was shaking uncontrollably by this point. "He's still there," I whispered. "He's still watching." Hannah was clearly getting worried about me. She sat me down on Megan's bed, away from the window. "Lily, look at me. There is no man outside. The street is empty. You had a bad dream, okay? It happens." I couldn't understand why they couldn't see what I was seeing. It made no sense. The man was so clearly there, so solid and real. I wasn't imagining him. I wasn't dreaming. Hannah got me a glass of water and made me drink it. She kept talking in a calm voice, telling me everything was fine, that I was safe, that there was no one outside. Megan and Kayla were both looking at me like I'd grown a second head. "I want to call my mom," I finally said. Hannah shook her head. "It's 3 in the morning. You'll scare her for nothing. Just try to calm down and go back to sleep. I promise you there's no one out there." I didn't want to, but eventually I lay back down in my sleeping bag. Megan and Kayla went back to sleep pretty quickly, but Hannah stayed in the room, sitting on Megan's bed. I think she was worried I might freak out again. I lay there, facing away from the window, my eyes wide open. I was terrified to look out there again, but also terrified not to. What if he came closer? What if he somehow got into the building, into the apartment? After what felt like hours, I couldn't stand it anymore. I had to know if he was still there. I slowly rolled over and looked toward the window. He was gone. The street was empty, just like they'd been saying all along. Relief washed over me, but it was quickly replaced by confusion and doubt. Had I imagined the whole thing? Had it been some kind of waking nightmare? I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. When morning finally came, Megan's mom made us breakfast, and nobody mentioned what had happened. I think Hannah had told her mom that I'd had a nightmare, and everyone was just being nice by not bringing it up, but I knew what I'd seen, or at least I thought I did. My mom picked me up around noon, and I didn't tell her what happened either. I was afraid she wouldn't believe me, just like Megan and the others hadn't, or worse, that she'd think something was wrong with me. For weeks afterward, I was terrified of looking out windows at night. I kept my blinds firmly shut and my curtains drawn. I'd lie in bed, wondering if he was out there somewhere, looking up at my window, waiting for me to see him again. The weird thing is, nothing like that has ever happened to me before or since. I've never had hallucinations or seen things that weren't there. When I was 14, I did see a therapist for a while, but that was for social anxiety from moving schools so often, not because of this incident. I never even told the therapist about it. I'm 21 now, and I still don't know what to make of what happened that night. Was it a hallucination, some kind of waking dream? Or did I actually see something, someone, that no one else could see? The memory of those eyes staring up at me from behind that mask still gives me chills. Sometimes I wonder if he was even human. If he wasn't, what was he? And why could only I see him? I guess I'm sharing this now because I need to know if anyone else has experienced anything similar. Has anyone else ever seen something or someone that was completely invisible to everyone around them? Something that felt so real, so solid, but that apparently wasn't there at all. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was sleep paralysis, though I could move just fine. Maybe it was some weird neurological thing, a one-time glitch in my brain. Maybe it was just an overactive imagination combined with being half asleep. But none of those explanations feel right, because when I think back to that night, to the man in black, to those eyes locked onto mine, it doesn't feel like something I imagined. It feels like a memory of something that really happened. And sometimes, on nights when I can't sleep, I still wonder, if I got up and looked out my window right now, would he be there again, staring up at me, and would I be the only one who could see him? Story 2. I still feel a pit in my stomach when I think about what happened that night in the woods near Norwich. It's been 3 months, and I still haven't wrapped my head around it. I don't think I ever will. For context, my best friend Lily and I'm Emma, were staying at this resort with our families last summer. We're both 17, and honestly, we were bored out of our minds after the first couple days. The resort was nice enough, swimming pool, decent food, those awkward evening entertainment shows for the older folks, but we needed something more exciting. We discovered this dirt path behind the resort that led into a section of the forest that didn't seem to be part of the maintained grounds. It wasn't marked on any of the resort maps, and none of the staff mentioned it during orientation. That alone made it interesting to us. The first evening we found it, we only ventured maybe half a mile in before it got too dark. Nothing weird happened. We just walked, took some photos for Instagram, and headed back when we couldn't see properly anymore. But something about that path stuck with me. I kept thinking about what might be further down it, where it might lead. Lily felt the same way, so we made plans to explore it properly before our vacation ended. 2 days later, we decided to go back, but this time with our bikes. We figured we could cover more ground that way. We also deliberately waited until around 7 in the evening. The sun wouldn't set fully until around 9, but we thought the approaching darkness would make it more exciting. God, I wish we hadn't done that now. We brought our phones, a small flashlight each, and water bottles. Nothing special. It was warm that day, probably around 25 degrees, but the forest was cool and shaded. The path itself was wider than I remembered, definitely wide enough for bikes, with packed dirt and only occasional roots or rocks to navigate around. At first, everything was normal. We were laughing, taking videos of each other doing stupid tricks on our bikes, just having a good time. But after we passed the point where we'd turned back before, something started to feel off. I can't explain it properly, but the air felt different, heavier somehow. I remember looking at Lily and seeing that her smile had faded. She felt it too. "Does it feel weird to you?" she asked, and I nodded. We should have turned back then. That was the first warning, but we were stupid teenagers who thought nothing bad could actually happen to us, so we kept going. The trees seemed to grow denser the further we went. The path narrowed slightly. The bird sounds that had been so prevalent earlier began to fade until there was just the sound of our bikes on the dirt and our own breathing. I remember checking the time on my phone. It was 8:45. The sunlight was fading fast, filtering through the trees in weak golden beams. We must have been about 2 miles in when we came across this old wooden electricity box. It looked ancient, like it hadn't been serviced in decades. The wood was rotting in places, and there was moss growing up one side. It seemed so out of place in this untouched part of the forest. I remember thinking it was strange that there would be electricity run out to this area when there weren't any buildings or lights around. After we passed that box, the feeling of wrongness intensified dramatically. I felt like I was being watched from every direction. The hair on my arms stood up despite the warm evening. I glanced at Lily, and she was pale, her eyes darting around nervously. "Maybe we should head back," she suggested, but there was this pull to keep going, to see what was ahead. I think we both felt it. The path curved ahead, and we followed it until we reached a small clearing. By this point it was almost completely dark. We had to use our flashlights to see properly. The clearing wasn't particularly special, just a circular area where the trees thinned out. But standing there in the dark, our flashlight beams cutting through the blackness, I felt so small and vulnerable. That's when I had the idea about the music. There's this TV show we're both obsessed with, Midnight Lake. And the soundtrack is amazing, very atmospheric and eerie, perfect for biking through creepy woods at night, right? "Hey, we should play some of the Midnight Lake soundtrack," I said to Lily. "It would fit this whole vibe perfectly." Lily agreed and pulled out her phone. I watched as she opened her music app and started scrolling through her downloaded playlists. She frowned, tapping more aggressively at her screen. "That's weird," she muttered. "I can't get it to open. The whole album is downloaded, but it won't load." She kept trying, and I was just about to suggest using my phone instead when I heard it. Faint at first, but growing clearer. Music playing, not just any music, but specifically Shadow of You, the most popular song from the Midnight Lake soundtrack. And not the whole song, but the chorus. The exact part I'd been thinking would be perfect to hear in that moment. My blood ran cold. I looked at Lily, whose face was illuminated by her phone screen. She was still trying to get her music app to work. "Is that coming from your phone?" I asked. My voice barely above a whisper. She looked up, confused. "What? No, my app isn't even working." "Then do you hear that?" She went still, listening. I watched as her expression changed from confusion to fear. The music continued playing, not loud, but clear enough that there was no mistaking what it was. The chorus of Shadow of You, playing on repeat from somewhere in the darkness around us. "Where is it coming from?" Lily whispered, turning in a slow circle, her flashlight beam cutting through the trees. I did the same, but there was nothing to see, just trees and darkness. The music seemed to have no source. It was just there, surrounding us, as if the forest itself was playing it. "We need to go," I said, grabbing my bike. "Now." We didn't need to discuss it further. We both jumped on our bikes and started pedaling back the way we came, much faster than was safe given how dark it was. I nearly wiped out twice on routes I couldn't see in time. The music followed us for a while, maintaining the same volume no matter how far we rode. It didn't fade or grow distant. It was just there, constant, until suddenly it wasn't. I remember the exact moment it stopped. We had just passed that old electricity box again, racing toward the resort. 1 second the music was playing, and the next, silence. But not normal forest silence. This was a heavy, suffocating absence of sound that felt deliberate, like someone had hit a mute button on the entire woods. As we neared the edge of the forest, approaching the resort grounds, the oppressive feeling that had been crushing down on us suddenly lifted. It was so abrupt that I actually gasped. The air felt lighter, normal. I could hear night insects again, feel a gentle breeze. We didn't stop until we reached the back of the resort building, where we finally dropped our bikes and stood there panting and shaking. "What the fuck was that?" Lily finally managed to say between breaths. I shook my head. I had no answer. When we calmed down enough to think clearly, we checked our phones. Lily's music app was working perfectly now, no issues opening the album that had refused to load in the forest. My phone was fine too. Neither of them had been playing music. That much we were certain of. We spent hours that night in Lily's room, going over what happened, trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe someone else was in the woods. But who would be hiding out there with speakers, waiting for random teenagers to come by? And how would they know exactly what song we were talking about? Maybe it was some weird audio phenomenon, sound carrying from somewhere else. But the resort was hosting a karaoke night, not playing the soundtrack from Midnight Lake. The next day, despite every instinct telling us not to, we went back. We had to know. This time we went in the middle of the day, with the sun high and bright. The path looked different in daylight, less mysterious, more ordinary. We biked all the way to the clearing where we'd heard the music, searching for any sign of speakers, equipment, or people. There was nothing. No footprints besides our own from the night before. No disturbed areas where someone might have hidden. Nothing. We even checked the old electricity box, wondering if it could somehow be connected. It was padlocked shut and clearly hadn't been opened in years, with cobwebs covering the lock. I've gone over that night in my head 1,000 times since then. I've researched everything from auditory hallucinations to forest acoustics to paranormal phenomena. Nothing explains what we experienced. Nothing explains how something in those woods knew exactly what we were thinking, what song we wanted to hear, and played it for us. Or at us. We left the resort 2 days later. I haven't been back to Norwich since, and I don't plan to return. Lily and I don't talk about it much anymore. But sometimes I'll catch her expression when a Midnight Lake song comes on. And I know she's thinking about it too. I still can't listen to Shadow of You. Every time I hear those first few notes of the chorus, I'm back in that dark clearing, surrounded by trees and something unseen that somehow knew exactly what was in my head. Something that wanted us to know it was there, watching us, listening to us. I don't have an explanation for what happened in those woods. Maybe I never will. But I know what I heard, and I know it wasn't coming from our phones or our imagination. Something was there with us, something that shouldn't have been possible. Story 3. I still can't sleep right when I think about what happened that morning. It's been 3 months, and I've only told a handful of people because, honestly, who would believe it? But I need to get this off my chest, so here goes. My buddies PR, JW and I had been planning this fishing trip to Holland, Michigan for weeks. We're all in our mid-20s, work regular jobs, and fishing is our escape. Nothing crazy or unusual about us, just 3 normal guys who like to fish. That morning in July, we left my place around 2 in the morning. JW brought his dad's pickup with the fishing gear, already loaded in the back. PR brought the cooler with energy drinks and sandwiches. I remember being excited because the weather forecast was perfect. Not too hot, slight overcast, ideal fishing conditions. The drive took about 3 hours with JW behind the wheel. PR was knocked out in the passenger seat, and I was in the back, drifting in and out of sleep. We talked about random stuff, work drama, the Tigers' losing streak, PR's new girlfriend, normal stuff. Looking back now, everything felt so ordinary. We arrived in Holland just as the sky was starting to lighten, around 5:30 in the morning. The town was still asleep. We drove past the empty beaches and quiet streets until we reached our first spot, a bridge that JW swore was perfect for early morning catches. We fished there for about an hour, but nothing was biting. I remember the water was completely still, almost glassy. There was this weird fog hanging low over the lake that made everything look hazy. JW suggested we try the boat launch area about 10 minutes away where he'd had luck before. When we got to the boat launch, there wasn't another soul in sight, just us and the water. The launch was basically a concrete slab that extended about 15 feet into the water with some rocks lining the sides. The water was shallow near the edges, but dropped off pretty quickly. You could see patches of seaweed swaying beneath the surface. We set up our gear and started fishing. PR was the first to catch something, a decent-sized smallmouth bass. We high-fived, took a quick picture, and released it back. For the next hour or so, fishing was good. I caught 2 more smallmouth, and JW caught 1. The sun was coming up proper by then, burning off some of the fog, but there was still this stillness that's hard to explain, like the world was holding its breath. Around 7 in the morning, JW got a big tug on his line. "Guys, I got something big," he shouted, his rod bending dramatically. PR and I stopped what we were doing to watch. JW was struggling, reeling, and then giving some slack, doing everything right for a big catch. "Dude, is it a pike?" I asked, already reaching for my phone to take a picture. "I don't know, man. It's heavy but not fighting like a fish," JW replied, his forehead creasing with concentration. After about 2 minutes of struggle, whatever was on the end of his line started coming up. The water broke, and instead of a fish, we saw fabric, dirty, grayish-white fabric. "What the hell?" PR moved closer to the edge of the launch to get a better look. As JW continued reeling, it became clear what it was. A hospital gown. One of those ones patients wear, with the ties in the back. But this one was old, stained with what looked like mud or algae, and torn in places. The hook had caught in the collar area. JW finally got it to the edge of the launch. None of us wanted to touch it. It was sopping wet and had this strange, musty smell that wasn't just lake water. "That's creepy as hell," I said, feeling weirdly uncomfortable. "Who throws a hospital gown in a lake?" PR shrugged. "Maybe it fell off a boat, or someone went swimming and left it?" JW was trying to unhook it, but the fabric was tangled around his hook. "I'm just gonna cut it," he said, pulling out his pocket knife. "No way I'm touching that thing." He cut his line about 6 inches above the hook, and the gown immediately started to float away. But here's where things first got weird. It didn't sink. It should have sunk with the hook still in it. But instead it drifted slowly toward the shoreline, like it was being gently pulled. "That's strange," I remember saying. "Shouldn't it sink with the metal hook?" JW was already tying a new hook onto his line. "Probably air trapped in the fabric or something," he dismissed. I watched the gown for another moment before turning back to my own rod. I was baiting my hook with a fresh worm when I felt a sudden chill. It wasn't the temperature. It was that feeling you get when someone's watching you. I looked up toward the shoreline, where the gown had drifted. That's when I saw it. About 20 feet away, standing partially behind a small cluster of trees near the shore, was a figure. At first, my brain tried to process it as a person, maybe another early morning fisher or someone walking their dog. But no, this wasn't a person. Not a normal one anyway. It was abnormally tall, I'd guess around 7 feet. Its body was impossibly thin and white, not Caucasian white, but chalk white, like paper. Its arms hung down past where knees should be, and its fingers were long, too long. The head was wrong too, elongated and pointed at the top. And the face, God, the face. It had no mouth, no nose that I could see, just eyes, large dark eyes that were fixed directly on me. I froze, my worm dropping from my fingers. I blinked hard, thinking I must be hallucinating from fatigue, or the early morning light playing tricks through the remaining fog. But when I opened my eyes, it was still there, and it was standing directly above the hospital gown we'd just cut loose. A chill ran down my spine that was so intense it felt like ice water in my veins. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. My mouth went completely dry. Then JW whispered, his voice barely audible, "Don't freak out. but I think someone's watching us. That's when I knew I wasn't seeing things. JW saw it too. You see it? I managed to croak out, not taking my eyes off the figure. The tall white thing by the trees? Yeah, JW replied. His voice was steady, but I could hear the fear beneath it. PR turned slowly to look. What the fuck is that? He whispered. For a moment, none of us moved. The figure didn't move either. It just stood there, staring. The hospital gown was now at its feet, half in the water, half on the shore. Let's go, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. Now. We began packing up our gear as quickly and quietly as possible. I kept glancing back at the figure, expecting it to approach, but it remained stationary, just watching. The silence was deafening. No birds, no wind, nothing but the soft sound of our hurried movements. As we gathered the last of our stuff, PR whispered, "Guys, I don't think that's human." I didn't answer. I didn't need to. We all knew. We walked briskly back to the truck, not running but moving with purpose. I was in the rear, and I couldn't help but look back one last time as we reached the parking lot. The figure was gone, but the hospital gown was now fully on the shore, spread out as if someone had laid it there deliberately. We threw our gear in the back of the truck and got in. W's hands were shaking as he started the engine. Nobody spoke until we were back on the main road, putting distance between us and whatever we had just seen. "Did you guys really see that?" PR finally asked, his voice unsteady. "The tall white thing with the pointed head," JW confirmed. "Yeah, I fucking saw it." "It was standing over that hospital gown," I added. Like the gown belonged to it or something." JW gripped the steering wheel tighter. "It wasn't just standing there when I saw it. It was walking toward us, slowly." A fresh wave of fear washed over me. "What?" "I didn't see it move." "It was moving, very slowly but definitely coming toward the launch," JW insisted. We drove in silence for a while, each lost in our thoughts. The further we got from Holland, the more I tried to rationalize what we'd seen. Maybe it was someone playing a prank. Maybe it was a trick of the light. But deep down, I knew better. When we were about halfway home, PR looked up something on his phone. "Guys, a man drowned at that boat launch in 2016. They found his body 3 days later, washed up about a mile down the shore." That information should have explained things. Maybe we'd seen a ghost, as crazy as that sounds. But it didn't explain the hospital gown. Why would a drowning victim be wearing a hospital gown? And why did the figure look so inhuman? We made it back to my place around 11 that morning. None of us mentioned fishing again that day. We unloaded the gear in silence, and before they left, JW said, "Let's not talk about this to anyone, okay? They'll think we're crazy." PR and I nodded in agreement, but that night, alone in my apartment, I couldn't stop thinking about those eyes, the way they locked onto me, the feeling of being selected somehow. I called JW around midnight, unable to sleep. "You up?" I asked when he answered. "Haven't slept," he replied. "Keep seeing that thing." "Me too," I admitted. "JW, that hospital gown, do you think it was connected to that thing somehow?" There was a long pause before he answered. "I think it was bait." Those words sent another chill through me. Bait. Like we were the fish, and that gown was the lure. I've done some research since then, looked up local legends, unexplained phenomena around Lake Michigan, anything that might explain what we saw. Nothing matches. PR suggested we go back in a group during the day with more people, but none of us has made any move to return to Holland. Sometimes I wake up at night, feeling those eyes on me again, and lately I've been finding small puddles of water near my bed in the morning, water that smells like the lake. I still don't know what we saw that day. Part of me doesn't want to know, but whatever it was, I'm certain of one thing. It wasn't finished with us when we left. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see that hospital gown drifting toward the shore, calling to something that should not exist in our world. Story 4. I've held this story inside for over 20 years, but I need to get it out finally. I still get chills thinking about it, even though I'm a grown man now with kids of my own. I was 8 years old when we moved into that house in Chicago. It was me, my brother Jason, who was 10, my mom, and my stepdad Rick. We'd been bouncing around different rentals because money was tight after my parents split up. Mom was working 2 jobs, and Rick had just moved in with us about 6 months before. The house seemed normal enough at first, just a plain 2-story rental with beige siding and a detached garage in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing special. The backyard backed up to some woods, which was cool for us kids. The only weird thing was this strange strip of dead trees running straight through the forest behind our fence. It was like someone had drawn a line, healthy green trees on both sides, but this perfect corridor of dead, grey trees cutting right through the middle. I remember asking Mom about it, and she just said something about soil problems. We'd been there about a month when Mrs. Calloway from next door came over with a casserole. I was playing in the living room while she talked to Mom in the kitchen, but I could hear everything. That's when we found out the previous tenant had killed himself in the garage, hanged himself. I remember Mom dropping a glass when Mrs. Calloway said it, and the way her voice got all tight when she asked Rick why the landlord hadn't disclosed that. Rick just shrugged it off, said it didn't matter, but things started feeling off after that. Nothing major at first, just those little things you try to explain away, like catching glimpses of dark shapes moving in the corner of your eye, or the way the temperature would suddenly drop in certain spots of the house, and nobody liked going into the garage. We all avoided it without actually talking about why. One time, I was grabbing my bike from there and felt like someone was watching me from the rafters. I looked up expecting to see a person, but there was nothing. Still, I never went back in there alone after that. Mom was working nights a lot, leaving us with Rick. He was okay most of the time, but he'd started acting strange. He'd sit staring at nothing for hours, or I'd catch him whispering to himself in the bathroom. When I asked him who he was talking to, he'd snap at me to mind my own business. The night it happened, Mom was working a double shift at the hospital. It was just me, Jason, and Rick at home. It was October, and the weather had been nice all day. Not a cloud in the sky. We'd had dinner and were watching some show on TV. Normal stuff. Around 8 o'clock, the air in the house changed. It's hard to explain, but it was like when you're swimming underwater and your ears pop, except it was the air pressure inside the house. My ears felt funny, and the hairs on my arms stood up. "Did you feel that?" I asked Jason, but he just shrugged, eyes glued to the TV. Then the windows started rattling. Not like when a truck drives by or the wind blows hard. This was violent shaking, like something was trying to get in from all sides at once. The doors started too, shaking on their hinges like someone was throwing their body against them repeatedly. "Rick," I called out, my voice small and scared. "What's happening?" He was sitting in his recliner, and when he slowly turned toward me, I felt my blood turn to ice. His eyes were completely black. Not just the pupils or iris. The whole eyeball was pitch black like holes in his face, and he was smiling. Not a normal smile, but stretched too wide across his face, showing too many teeth. "The monsters want in, Tyler," he said, but his voice wasn't right. It sounded layered, like multiple voices speaking at once. "They're hungry tonight. They want to eat us all up." I looked at Jason for help, but he was just staring at the TV screen, which had gone to static. His eyes were wide open but empty, like he wasn't in there anymore. I shook his shoulder, screaming his name, but he wouldn't respond. The rattling got louder, and I heard a cracking sound from the back of the house. I was terrified but needed to see what was happening. I crept toward our sliding glass door that led to the patio, feeling like my legs were made of jelly. What I saw outside still haunts my nightmares. Standing at the glass door was something. At first, it looked like a massive wolf, hunched over on all fours with matted black fur. But as I watched, frozen in terror, it began to change. Its back legs straightened, body elongating as it rose to stand upright, the face stretched, muzzle shrinking, but the eyes, God, the eyes. They were glowing red, then shifted to a sickly yellow as the creature became more humanoid. It pressed a hand, not a paw anymore, but a long-fingered hand with black claws, against the glass and smiled at me. Its teeth were jagged and too numerous for its mouth. "Let me in, little boy," it mouthed through the glass. "I'm so cold out here." I backed away, bumping into something solid. When I spun around, Rick was standing right behind me, those black eyes staring down. He grabbed my shoulders, his fingers digging in painfully. "They're all around us now," he whispered, his breath smelling like rotten eggs. "You invited them with your fear. They feed on it." I tried to pull away, but his grip was too tight. I looked desperately toward Jason, but he was still catatonic, staring at the static TV. That's when I saw them. 3 women standing behind Rick. They were transparent, glowing with a soft white light. All wore old-fashioned white dresses, their faces sad but kind. One was elderly with her hair in a bun, another middle-aged, and the third looked barely older than a teenager. They didn't speak, but somehow I knew they weren't there to hurt me. Unlike the thing outside, they seemed protective. The youngest one locked eyes with me and shook her head slightly, as if telling me not to be afraid. She pointed at Rick and made a gesture like she was pushing something away. In that moment, I felt a strange courage flow through me. I don't know where it came from. Maybe those women somehow gave it to me, but I grabbed Rick's arm and looked straight into those black eyes. "Stop it!" I screamed. "Get out of him!" For a split second, nothing happened. Then Rick's eyes rolled back in his head, and he collapsed to his knees, gasping like he'd been underwater. The windows and doors stopped shaking instantly. The TV snapped back to the regular program. When Rick looked up at me again, his eyes were normal and terrified. "Tyler?" he whispered, looking confused. What? What happened? Why are we by the door?" Before I could answer, Jason suddenly snapped out of his trance and started crying. I ran to him, and we hugged each other, both shaking uncontrollably. "I couldn't move," Jason sobbed. "I could see everything but couldn't move. There was something in my head, Tyler. Something bad." Rick was pale and sweating, looking around the room like he'd never seen it before. "We need to get out of here," he mumbled. "Just until your mom gets home. This isn't right." We ended up spending the night in Rick's car parked at the hospital where Mom worked. None of us wanted to explain why, not even to each other. We just sat in silence, jumping at every shadow. When Mom finished her shift at 7 in the morning, she found the 3 of us huddled in the car. She was furious at first, thinking Rick had done something stupid, but the look on our faces must have told her something was seriously wrong. That night, after Jason and I went to bed, we shared Mom's room. Neither of us would sleep alone. I overheard Mom and Rick arguing in the kitchen. Rick was crying, actually crying, and telling Mom about something he'd done months before we moved in. He and his friend had messed around with a Ouija board, trying to summon a demon as a joke. Nothing happened that night, but Rick confessed he'd been having blackouts ever since, waking up in strange places with no memory of how he got there. He'd been having thoughts of hurting himself, hearing whispers telling him to join them. Mom was terrified. We moved out the next day, staying with my aunt while Mom figured things out. Rick didn't come with us. I never saw him again, though years later Mom told me he'd checked himself into a psychiatric hospital. We never went back to that house. We left most of our stuff there, only taking clothes and important documents. Mom even abandoned the security deposit, which was a big deal considering how broke we were. About a week after we left, there was a small article in the local paper about a fire at our old address. The house didn't burn down completely, but the garage was destroyed. The cause was listed as undetermined. I never told Mom about the 3 women I saw that night. Somehow, I felt they were private, meant just for me. I've wondered many times who they were. Previous victims of whatever was in that house? Guardian angels? I don't know, but I believe they helped me save my family. I've avoided anything paranormal since then. No horror movies, No ghost stories around campfires, definitely no Ouija boards. I even avoid Halloween parties. Some people think I'm being dramatic, but they weren't there. They didn't see Rick's black eyes or that thing changing shape outside our door. To this day, I can't explain what happened in that house, but I know it was real. And sometimes when I'm half asleep, I still see those three women standing at the foot of my bed, watching over me. Story 5. I've never been one to believe in the paranormal. Sure, I'd watch those ghost hunting shows and get a little freaked out, but I always figured there was some logical explanation behind every haunting. That changed last summer, the night before I moved from rural Minnesota to Seattle. I'd spent most of my life in that small town, population barely over 2,000, where everyone knew each other's business, and Friday night football games were the highlight of the week. Getting accepted to a tech company in Seattle was my ticket out, my chance to finally experience life in a real city. My best friend Amber was hosting my goodbye party at her family's farmhouse, about 20 minutes outside town. Amber's family owned this massive property, a main house, a detached garage, and this ancient barn that had been there since her great-grandfather's time. The barn wasn't used much anymore except for storage, and it had this creepy reputation. Ever since we were kids, Amber would tell stories about the weird stuff that happened there. The lights turn on by themselves, she'd say, or I heard footsteps when nobody was there. Once she even showed me a picture of what looked like a dark figure standing in the hayloft. I always brushed it off as her overactive imagination or her brothers playing tricks on her. The goodbye party was awesome. About 15 of our closest friends came over. We grilled out, had some drinks, nothing crazy, just enough to feel good, and spent hours reminiscing about growing up together. As the night went on, people started heading home until only 5 of us remained. Me, Amber, and our friends Jake, Mia, and Trevor. It was around 2 in the morning when Amber brought up the barn again. "You can't leave Minnesota without checking out the haunted barn one last time," she said, half joking, "especially since you're never coming back to this boring town again." She made air quotes around boring town, throwing my own words back at me. I rolled my eyes. "Come on, we're not kids anymore." "What, are you scared?" Jake teased, poking my arm. Maybe it was the 2 beers I'd had, or maybe it was the fact that I was leaving everything behind the next day and feeling weirdly nostalgic, but I suddenly felt brave, or stupid, probably both. "Fine, let's go ghost hunting," I said, standing up from the porch swing. "Let's all go to the barn right now." Amber's eyes widened. She clearly hadn't expected me to agree. "Seriously, it's like 3 in the morning. "Exactly," I said, already walking toward the path that led to the barn. "Isn't that when ghosts are supposed to be most active or whatever?" The others exchanged glances before following me. I could hear Trevor whispering to Amber, "Is your dad going to be mad if he finds us out there?" "He's passed out," Amber replied. "So are my brothers. They'll never know." The night was cool for August and incredibly dark. Amber's farm was far enough from town that there was no light pollution, just a huge moon and millions of stars overhead. The barn loomed in front of us, this massive weathered structure that looked like something straight out of a horror movie. The wood had turned silver grey with age, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle. "I'm not going in there," Mia announced, stopping at the edge of the path. "Don't be such a baby," Jake said, but I could hear the nervousness in his voice. I was walking ahead of everyone, trying to act confident even though my heart was racing. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. "Come on, it's just an old building." Amber caught up with me as I reached the barn door. "Let's make this interesting," she whispered. "Hide and seek. You go hide, and we'll come find you." I laughed. "What are we, 12? "No, listen," she insisted. "You go hide somewhere in the barn. Give us 5 minutes, then we'll come in with our flashlights and try to find you. It'll be creepier that way." The idea sent a chill down my spine, but I didn't want to look scared. "Fine, but no tricks, okay? Don't try to freak me out or anything." Amber held up her hands. "Scout's honor. We'll give you 5 minutes. then come looking. Looking back, I should have known something was up. Amber and the others were exchanging these little glances, probably planning to scare me. But I was determined to be brave on my last night in town. I pulled open the barn door, which creaked so loudly I was afraid it would wake up Amber's family in the house. The smell hit me immediately. Old hay, dust, and something musty I couldn't identify. My phone flashlight barely cut through the darkness, creating more shadows than light. 5 minutes, I called back to my friends, who were huddled together at the entrance. Then come find me. I stepped inside, my shoes crunching on the dirt floor. The barn was huge inside, with stalls on either side of a central aisle. Farm equipment was stored along the walls. Old tractors, plows, things I couldn't even identify. Hay bales were stacked in one corner, and a wooden ladder led up to a hayloft that ran around 3 sides of the building. My flashlight beam bounced around as I moved deeper into the barn, looking for a good hiding spot. I could hear my friends whispering outside, and part of me wanted to turn around and go back. But pride kept me moving forward. I decided against climbing up to the hayloft. Too obvious, and I wasn't sure how stable that old ladder was. Instead, I made my way to the far end of the barn, where several empty horse stalls lined the wall. I ducked into the last stall, which was partially filled with straw. Perfect. I turned off my phone flashlight and crouched down in the corner, trying to get comfortable. The straw was scratchy against my legs, and the darkness was absolute. I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. The silence was so complete, I could hear my own heartbeat. As my eyes adjusted, I realized I could see a thin strip of moonlight coming from somewhere to my right. I turned and noticed a wooden panel missing along the wall, right at floor level. It was about 1 foot high and maybe 2 feet wide, probably rotted away over the years. Through this gap, I could see outside to the back of the barn. There was a narrow strip of grass, then the edge of the cornfield that made up most of Amber's family's farm. The moonlight was bright enough that I could see the first few rows of corn swaying slightly in the breeze. I checked my phone. 3 minutes had passed since I'd entered the barn. My friends would be coming in soon. I settled back against the wall, planning to jump out and scare them when they got close. That's when I saw it. Through the gap in the wall, I spotted movement. 2 thick legs in heavy work boots stepped into view, walking slowly past the opening. They were definitely a man's legs, work jeans, and those sturdy brown boots farmers often wear. My first thought was that it must be Amber's dad or one of her brothers. But then I remembered they were all asleep in the house. Plus, why would anyone be walking around the back of the barn at 3 in the morning? The legs stopped directly in front of the opening, and my breath caught in my throat. The person was standing absolutely still, boots pointed in my direction. It was like they knew exactly where I was hiding, even though there was no way they could see me in the darkness of the stall. I pressed myself further into the corner, trying not to make a sound. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure whoever was out there could hear it. I tried to rationalize. Maybe one of my friends had circled around to the back of the barn to scare me. But I knew that wasn't right. Jake was wearing sneakers, Trevor had on flip-flops, and those legs were definitely male. Too big to be Amber or Mia. The boots didn't move. They just stood there perfectly still, pointed toward my hiding spot. I couldn't see anything above the knees due to the small size of the opening, but I had the overwhelming feeling that the person was staring directly at me, even though that was impossible. I heard voices from the front of the barn. My friends were coming in to find me. Relief washed over me for a second, until I realized the boots still hadn't moved. "Chloe!" Amber's voice echoed through the barn. "We're coming to find you!" I could hear them laughing and moving around, their flashlight beams bouncing off the walls. I wanted to call out to them, but fear had frozen my voice. My eyes were locked on those motionless boots outside. As my friends' voices got louder, the boots finally moved. But instead of walking away, they turned to face the opening directly. Then, slowly, they began to bend. The legs lowered, like the person was crouching down to look through the gap. I nearly screamed. I scrambled backward, scraping my back against the rough wood of the stall. My phone slipped from my hand, clattering to the floor, the screen lighting up briefly to show the time. 3:15 a.m. In that brief flash of light, I caught a glimpse of something through the opening. Not a face, but a darkness deeper than the night outside, with what looked like 2 points of light where eyes should be. My friends must have heard me moving because suddenly there were flashlight beams pointed at my stall. "Found you!" Jake shouted, sounding triumphant. I couldn't respond. I was staring at the opening, but the boots and whatever had been attached to them were gone. Amber appeared at the stall entrance. "Chloe, are you okay?" I finally found my voice. "Did you see anyone outside, walking around the back of the barn?" She frowned, shining her flashlight on me. "No, we've been at the front door the whole time." "Why?" I stood up shakily, brushing straw from my clothes. There was someone out there. I saw their legs through that gap. I pointed to the opening in the wall. Mia and Trevor exchanged glances. "We were all together at the door," Trevor said. "Nobody went around back." "Maybe it was one of your brothers," I suggested to Amber, desperately hoping for a rational explanation. She shook her head. "They're all asleep. Dad would kill them if he caught them out here this late." "Then who was it?" I asked, my voice rising. "I saw someone, I swear. They were wearing work boots and jeans. They stood right outside and then they crouched down to look in at me." Jake walked over to the gap and peered through. "There's nobody out there now." "I know what I saw," I insisted. "Someone was there." Amber put her arm around me. "This barn is super creepy. It plays tricks on your mind. Remember all those stories I told you?" I nodded numbly, but I knew it wasn't my imagination. Those boots had been real. The feeling of being watched had been real. We left the barn shortly after, my friends clearly thinking I'd freaked myself out in the dark. As we walked back to the house, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following us. But the path behind us was empty. I left Minnesota the next morning, driving my packed car across the country to my new life in Seattle. I never told anyone else about what happened in that barn. What would I say? That I saw a pair of disembodied legs? That I felt someone, or something, watching me through a hole in the wall? It's been almost a year now, and I still think about that night. Sometimes I dream about those boots, standing motionless in the moonlight, and I wake up in a cold sweat. I've tried researching the history of Amber's farm, looking for stories of accidents or deaths that might explain a presence there, but I've found nothing conclusive. All I know is that someone, or something, was watching me in that barn. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I still get that feeling of being watched. I still check the dark corners of my room before I go to sleep, and I still find myself avoiding gaps near the floor, afraid of what might be looking in from the other side. Story 6. I've been running my tailor shop in Beijing for nearly 20 years now. It's a small place near the south gate of the city, but I've built a good reputation over time. People come from all over the city for my work. I take pride in every stitch, every hem, every adjustment. My father taught me this trade, and his father before him. 3 generations of skilled hands working fabric into something beautiful and functional. Last Tuesday night changed everything I thought I knew about this world. It had been a busy day at the shop. Summer is approaching, and many customers were bringing in lighter fabrics for me to work with. By evening, my fingers were sore from pushing needles through silk and cotton all day. I was exhausted, but satisfied with the work I'd completed. I closed up around 9 in the evening. The streets were already quieting down. Most shops in our district close by 8. But I often work later to finish urgent orders. After counting the day's earnings and preparing materials for tomorrow's work, I extinguished most of the oil lamps, leaving just one burning dimly in my living quarters at the back of the shop. I live alone since my wife passed 3 years ago. The shop feels emptier without her presence, but I've grown accustomed to the silence. That night, I was just about to change into my sleeping clothes when I heard a knock at the front door. It wasn't aggressive, just 3 soft, deliberate taps. Still, it startled me. Nobody comes calling at this hour unless it's an emergency. My first thought was one of my regular customers might have ripped something important they needed fixed for the next day. "Who is it?" I called out, approaching the door cautiously. A man's voice answered, quiet but clear. "Forgive the late hour. I only need to purchase some needles and thread." Something about his voice made me uneasy. It was hollow somehow, like speaking into an empty well. I've dealt with my share of difficult customers and even the occasional drunk or thief trying to cause trouble. This felt different. Instead of opening the door fully, I slid open the small transaction window we use during the winter months to keep the cold air out. It's barely bigger than my hand, just enough to pass money and small items through. "What type of thread do you need?" I asked, peering through the window. The night was dark and I couldn't see the man's face. He stood just outside the circle of light cast by my lamp. "Strong silk thread," he replied, "the strongest you have and your sharpest needles." I reached for my best bone needles and a spool of the heavy silk thread I use for mending formal robes. As I gathered the items, the man shifted slightly and his hand came into the light as he prepared to pay. That's when I noticed the bracelet. It was made of dark wood, carved with intricate patterns I couldn't quite make out. What struck me was how it sat against his skin. There was something unnatural about it. His wrist was pale, almost grayish, and seemed unnaturally stiff. He dropped some coins through the window. They clinked against the wooden counter with a finality that made me shiver. "Thank you," he said, as I passed the needles and thread through. "This will serve me well." Before I could respond, he was gone. I didn't even hear footsteps retreating, just sudden silence. I quickly shut the window and secured it, then checked that the main door was still bolted. A chill had settled in my bones that had nothing to do with the night air. I barely slept that night. Every creak of the building, every distant sound from the street had me sitting upright, listening. When dawn finally broke, I was relieved to open my shop and return to normal routines. Around mid-morning, 2 regular customers came in, the wife of a local merchant and her sister. They were chatting animatedly as I took measurements for a new summer dress. "Did you hear about what happened at the execution grounds?" the sister asked, her voice hushed but excited. I hadn't. I try to avoid anything to do with executions. I've lived through enough political upheavals to know that keeping my head down and focusing on my trade is the safest approach. "They say the body disappeared," the merchant's wife continued. "A criminal was beheaded yesterday afternoon. The guards left his body on display as a warning, as they always do. But sometime during the night, the body vanished." I paused in my measuring, the conversation suddenly capturing my full attention. "That's not even the strangest part," her sister added. "They found him again this morning, back in the same spot. But someone had sewn his head back onto his body." The measuring tape slipped from my fingers. "They say he was holding needles and thread when they found him," the merchant's wife said. "Isn't that the most terrible thing you've ever heard?" My blood ran cold. Needles and thread, just like what I'd sold the night before. What kind of criminal was he?" I managed to ask, trying to keep my voice steady as I retrieved my measuring tape. "A forger, I believe. He was caught making counterfeit seals for official documents. He'd been doing it for years before they caught him." I somehow finished their fitting, but my mind was elsewhere. As soon as they left, I closed my shop, claiming illness. I had to know if there was any connection. It could be coincidence. Surely other shops in Beijing sell needles and thread. But that bracelet, that strange voice, I couldn't shake the feeling. The execution ground lies outside the south gate, not far from my shop. I've always avoided it, taking the long way around when my business takes me in that direction. But that day, I walked directly there, drawn by a morbid need to confirm my suspicions. A small crowd had gathered, despite officials trying to disperse them. Through the gaps between people, I could see the body. They hadn't removed it yet. probably waiting for higher authorities to investigate the strange occurrence. Even from a distance, I could see the grotesque stitching around the neck. Crude, desperate work. Nothing like the precise stitches I create, but effective enough to hold the head in place, attached to the body at an unnatural angle. I pushed forward, ignoring the protests of those I squeezed past. I needed to see. I needed to know. And there, clutched in the dead man's right hand, were my needles. Not just any needles, the distinctive bone needles with the small carved handles that I make myself. No other tailor in Beijing makes them quite the same way. But it was his left wrist that confirmed everything. There, against the greyish skin, was the wooden bracelet I had glimpsed through my window. Up close, I could now see the carvings. Protective symbols meant to ward off evil spirits. A lot of good they did him. I stumbled backward, pushing my way out of the crowd. I couldn't breathe. The implications were too horrifying to contemplate. A dead man had come to my shop. A beheaded man had purchased needles and thread from me to reattach his own head. I didn't go home. I couldn't bear to be alone with this knowledge. Instead, I found myself at the door of my neighbor, Dr. Zhang. His pharmacy sits next to my tailor shop, and we've been friends for many years. If anyone could make sense of this, it would be him. I must have looked terrible when he opened his door. He immediately pulled me inside and sat me down, pouring me a cup of strong tea. "You look like you've seen a ghost," he said. The irony of his words made me laugh, a harsh sound that quickly turned to something like a sob. I told him everything. The late-night customer, the bracelet, what I'd seen at the execution ground. I expected him to call me mad, or at least express shock and disbelief. Instead, he nodded slowly, as if I was confirming something he already knew. "It's not a big deal," he said, refilling my teacup. "Every month, a few poor souls visit my pharmacy at midnight to buy medicine for their wounds, just like the man you met yesterday." I stared at him, unable to process his casual response. "What do you mean?" I finally managed to ask. He sighed, looking suddenly much older than his 50 years. The newly dead sometimes linger, not their spirits, their bodies. For a brief time after death, especially violent death, there's a period where they can move, can attempt to repair themselves. "That's impossible," I whispered. "Is it? You saw it with your own eyes." He leaned forward. "They come to me for medicines to treat their fatal wounds. They go to the blacksmith to repair severed limbs, and now, it seems, they come to you for thread to sew themselves back together. But why, if they're already dead? Denial, perhaps, or instinct. The body trying to save itself even after the spirit has moved on." He shrugged. "I don't pretend to understand it fully. I just know it happens." "How long have you known about this?" I asked. "Since I opened my pharmacy 25 years ago. My first visitor was a woman who had hanged herself. She came seeking something for the bruising on her neck." He spoke so matter-of-factly, it was almost more terrifying than the event itself. "And you never thought to tell anyone, to tell me?" "Would you have believed me? Besides, they mean no harm. They're just confused, lost between worlds." I left Dr. Zhang's pharmacy with more questions than answers. How could he be so calm about this? How could he accept such an unnatural occurrence as simply part of life? That was 5 days ago. I haven't reopened my shop. I sit in the dark each night, listening, waiting. I've moved my bed away from the walls, placed it in the center of the room where nothing can reach me without crossing open space. Last night, there was another knock. 3 soft, deliberate taps. I didn't answer. The knocking came again, more insistent. "I know you're in there," a woman's voice called, not hollow like the man's had been, but wet, gurgling. "I need silk ribbon, the finest you have. Please, I have to look presentable for my husband." I pressed my hands over my ears, but I could still hear her. The knocking continued for what felt like hours, before finally stopping. This morning, I heard people outside talking about a woman found in the river. A suicide. Her throat had been cut, but someone had tied a beautiful silk ribbon around her neck, hiding the wound. I didn't sell her that ribbon. I don't know what to do. Dr. Zhang says I'll grow accustomed to it, that I'll learn to serve these customers like any others. He says it's an honor, in a way, to help ease their transition, even if their attempts are futile. But I can't sleep. I can't work. Every time I thread a needle now, I see that man's crude stitches around his neck. I see the desperate, pointless attempt to undo what can't be undone. They're coming more frequently now. Last night, 3 distinct knocks. The night before, 2 different visitors. Word spreads quickly among the dead, it seems. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what's happening. Tomorrow, I'm leaving Beijing. I'm abandoning my shop, my livelihood, everything I've built. I'll start again somewhere far from here. But part of me wonders, will they follow? Are there dead in every city who need needles and thread, seeking out tailors in the dead of night? I hear knocking again. It's still daylight. They've never come during the day before. The knocking is getting louder. Story 7. I still have trouble sleeping sometimes, even though it's been almost 25 years. I can't shake what happened in that house when I was 5. My therapist says writing about it might help, so here goes. We moved into that small house in the summer of '98. It wasn't anything special, just a modest 3-bedroom place with faded blue siding on a quiet street. I remember being excited about having my own room for the first time. My 2 older brothers had to share, but since I was the only girl, I got the small bedroom at the end of the hallway. It had 2 doors, one that opened to the hallway and another connecting directly to my brother's room. The nightmares started about 2 weeks after we moved in. Not the normal kid nightmares about monsters under the bed or falling from heights. These were different, more real. The kind that make you wake up drenched in sweat, your heart hammering so hard you think it might burst. The first one I remember clearly was about the doorway. In the dream, I'd be lying in bed, paralyzed but fully aware. I'd watch in absolute terror as my bedroom door slowly creaked open, inch by agonizing inch. Then they would appear, a man and woman, but wrong. Their limbs were too long, joints bent at impossible angles. Their faces were stretched and distorted, like someone had grabbed their features and pulled them sideways. And their smiles, God, their smiles stretched literally from ear to ear. They would stand in the doorway for what felt like forever, just watching me. Then they'd start walking toward my bed, moving in this jerky, unnatural way. When they reached me, they'd lean down close, so close I could smell something sickly sweet and rotten on their breath. They'd whisper things to me, but I could never remember what they said when I woke up. Just before they would grab me with their long, thin fingers, I'd finally break free from the paralysis and wake up screaming. My mom would come running, of course. For the first few weeks, she'd comfort me, tell me it was just a bad dream. But the nightmares kept coming, night after night. Soon, my parents started staying up, just waiting for my inevitable screams. I remember my dad once telling a family friend that they could set their watch by my night terrors. There was another dream that came almost as frequently. In this one, a wolf would appear at the foot of my bed. Not a normal wolf. This one was massive, with matted grey fur and yellow eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness of my room. It would stare at me, growling low in its throat, thick strands of drool hanging from its jaws. Then it would start stalking toward me, one paw at a time, never breaking eye contact. I'd try to scream, but nothing would come out. I'd try to move, but my body wouldn't respond. Just as it would lunge for my throat, I'd finally wake up, gasping for air. My parents eventually took me to a doctor, thinking maybe I had some kind of sleep disorder. They ran tests, asked me questions, but found nothing physically wrong. They suggested it might be stress from the move or anxiety about starting kindergarten soon. They prescribed a mild sedative to help me sleep, but it didn't stop the nightmares. It just made it harder for me to wake up from them. But it wasn't just the nightmares. Strange things started happening in the house during the day, too. One evening, when we were all sitting in the living room watching TV, my mum suddenly gasped and pointed toward the hallway. "Danny, what are you doing up?" she asked, referring to my middle brother. But Danny was sitting right next to me on the couch. We all turned to look, and there, peeking around the hallway doorframe, was a figure that looked exactly like my brother. It had his same bowl-cut hair, the same pajamas he was wearing that night. When my mum called out, the figure slowly turned its head toward us, paused for a moment, then vanished, just disappeared. My dad jumped up and searched the entire house but found nothing. He tried to convince us it was just a trick of the light, a shadow from the TV maybe. But I could tell by the look on his face that he didn't believe that any more than we did. Our dogs started dying too. Within 6 months of moving in, we lost all 4 of our family pets. Our puppy Rusty was accidentally run over in the driveway. My dad swears to this day that he checked all around the car before backing out, that the dog wasn't there, and then suddenly was. Our older dog Pepper got sick suddenly, vomiting blood, and had to be euthanized. My dog Maisie, who slept in my room every night, and who I know sensed something wrong because she would growl at empty corners, died mysteriously while I was at school one day, and my brother's dog Scout simply disappeared. We put up flyers, searched the neighborhood for weeks, but never found a trace of him. My oldest brother started complaining that he would see me standing in his doorway at night, calling his name. But it wasn't me. I was asleep in my bed, or at least trying to sleep through the nightmares. He said the other Lily would stand there with her head tilted at an odd angle, whispering his name over and over until he finally worked up the courage to turn on his light, at which point she would be gone. The worst night, the night that finally convinced my parents we needed to move, happened in the middle of winter. I remember because there was snow on the ground, which was unusual for where we lived. I had the doorway nightmare again, but this time it was different. The distorted couple didn't just peek in. They came fully into my room, bringing with them 3 small, hunched figures that I somehow knew were children. Though their faces were blurred and shifting, they surrounded my bed, all 5 of them, reaching for me with those impossibly long fingers. I woke up screaming, of course, but this time when my mom rushed in and turned on the light, my bed sheets were on the other side of the room, and there were 5 distinct wet footprints on the hardwood floor, 2 large sets and 3 smaller ones, leading from my door to my bed. The footprints weren't made of water, though. They looked like oil or something black and viscous. By morning, they had completely disappeared. We moved out 2 weeks later into a trailer on the outskirts of town. It was all my parents could afford on short notice. The nightmares stopped almost immediately, but we had brought some things from the old house, including my rocking horse. It was one of those spring-mounted ones with a plastic horse on top, and it played music when you pressed a button on its ear. The first night in the trailer, after everyone had gone to bed, we all heard it, the distinct creaking of the rocking horse, moving back and forth, back and forth. Then the tinny music started playing. My dad grabbed a baseball bat and went to check, but the horse was just sitting there, motionless. As soon as he left the room, though, it started again. This happened every single night after dark. Eventually, my dad took the horse to the dump, and that particular phenomenon stopped. But whatever attached itself to us in that house, to me specifically, never fully went away. I'm 31 now, married with a daughter of my own, and I still have nightmares about those distorted visitors. Not as frequently as when I was a child, but they come back whenever I'm particularly stressed or vulnerable. I've never been able to remember what they whisper to me, but I wake up with the same feeling of absolute dread and violation. My daughter just turned 5, the same age I was when it all started. Last week, she told me about a funny-looking man and lady who stand in her doorway at night. I nearly had a panic attack right there. We're moving next month, as far away as we can get. I don't know if distance will help. It didn't seem to matter when we moved to the trailer, but I have to try something. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else who's lived in that house has experienced similar things. I've thought about trying to track down the current occupants to warn them, But what would I even say? Watch out for the stretched out people who might visit your child at night. They'd think I was insane. All I know for sure is that whatever happened in that house was real. The doctors can call it night terrors or sleep paralysis or childhood imagination all they want, but they weren't there. They didn't see what I saw. They didn't feel those eyes watching, always watching, from just beyond the doorway, and they certainly can't explain the footprints or the rocking horse, or why 25 years later I still can't sleep with my bedroom door open. I just hope whatever it is stays focused on me and leaves my daughter alone, because if those things show up in her room, I honestly don't know what I'll do. Story 8. I still can't explain what happened to me last summer in Budapest. It's been months, but I get chills just thinking about it. I don't usually believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but after what I experienced, I'm not so sure anymore. I had been traveling through Europe for about 3 weeks when I arrived in Budapest. The city was beautiful, all those old buildings and the Danube River cutting through the middle. I found this Airbnb in this really old building, like 200 years old, in the center of the city. It seemed perfect at first. Great location, decent price, and my friend Jake was going to join me for this leg of the trip. The building itself was gorgeous from the outside, all that classic European architecture with the ornate facade and high ceilings. But as soon as I stepped inside, something felt off. I can't really explain it. It was like walking into a room where people had just been arguing, that lingering tension in the air. To get to our unit on the 5th floor, we had to take the main elevator to the 3rd floor, then walk up this ancient, creaky staircase that looked like it hadn't been renovated since World War II. The staircase had these motion-sensing lights that would flicker on when you walked through, but they were on a timer, so they'd shut off after about 30 seconds, leaving you in complete darkness if you weren't quick enough. The first night was fine. Jake and I were exhausted from traveling, so we just crashed. But on the second night, I started noticing weird things. I was alone in the apartment because Jake had gone out with some people he'd met at a bar. I was just sitting on the couch scrolling through my phone when I heard footsteps in the hallway outside. At first, I didn't think much of it. Old buildings make noise, right? But then I distinctly heard someone call my name. Marcus? It was faint, but clear. I got up and checked the door, thinking maybe Jake had come back early and forgotten his key. Nobody was there. The hallway was empty and dark. The motion sensor lights weren't even on, which they would have been if someone had just been walking there. Over the next few days, strange things kept happening. The bathroom door would close behind me, even though it wasn't a self-closing door, and there were no drafts. I'd be in the shower and suddenly feel like someone was watching me. I'd hear my name being called when I was alone. Jake didn't notice anything weird, or if he did, he didn't say anything, but then came that night. I'll never forget it. It was around 3 in the morning, and I couldn't sleep. Jake was passed out in his room, snoring like a chainsaw. I decided to go have a cigarette on the communal balcony at the end of our hallway. The apartment was no smoking, and I didn't want to set off any alarms. I grabbed my smokes and lighter and headed out to the balcony. The hallway was dark until the motion sensors picked up my movement, and then the dim yellowish lights flickered on. I made my way to the balcony, lit up, and just stood there looking out at the city. Budapest at night is really something. The Parliament building all lit up, the bridges over the Danube glowing. It was peaceful. Then I heard it. Someone was running up the stairs. Not walking, running, like they were being chased. The motion-sensing lights in the stairwell started flicking on one after another as whoever it was came up. I could hear their heavy footsteps, frantic, moving fast. I put out my cigarette and moved toward the stairwell. I don't know why. Curiosity, I guess, or maybe concern that someone was in trouble. The lights in the hallway were all on now, triggered by the movement. I stood at the top of the stairs and looked down, expecting to see someone emerge onto our floor, but nobody came. The footsteps stopped. The lights were on. but there was no one there. I stood frozen for a minute, straining to hear anything. Nothing. I told myself it must have been someone who decided to turn around and go back down. I went back to the balcony to finish my smoke, trying to shake off the weird feeling. I had just lit another cigarette when it happened again. The same frantic running up the stairs, the lights triggering one by one. This time I rushed to the stairwell immediately. Again, no one was there. The lights were on, illuminating the empty staircase. That's when I got really freaked out. I crushed out my cigarette and hurried back to our apartment, double-checking that I locked the door behind me. I even put a chair under the doorknob, which I know sounds ridiculous, but I was that unsettled. I tried to distract myself by doing some work on my laptop. I sat at the small desk in the living room, with my back to the door, trying to focus on answering some emails rather than the creepy vibe of the place. I don't know how much time passed. Maybe an hour. I was deep into my work when something made me turn around. I don't know what it was. Not a sound exactly, just a feeling, like when you sense someone's eyes on you. The door was wide open, not just unlocked, wide open, with the chair I'd placed under the knob now sitting several feet away. The hallway lights were on, triggered by movement. I nearly fell out of my chair. I called out Jake's name, thinking maybe he'd gotten up to use the bathroom or something, but he didn't answer. I checked his room. He was still asleep, completely dead to the world. There was no way he could have opened that door without me noticing. I searched the entire apartment, checking closets, under beds, behind the shower curtain, anywhere someone could hide. Nothing. Nobody had entered the apartment. At least, nobody I could see. What freaked me out most was that the security system hadn't made any noise. The apartment had this keypad lock that would beep loudly whenever the door opened or closed. I hadn't heard a single beep. I closed and locked the door again, this time pushing the heavy coffee table in front of it. I was beyond scared at this point, but I was also exhausted. I decided to try to get some sleep, figuring things would seem less terrifying in the daylight. I crawled into bed around 4:30, leaving the lights on in my room. I must have finally dozed off, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a loud crashing sound from the hallway. The clock said 5:30. I jumped out of bed and rushed to the living room. The coffee table was still where I'd left it, but the door was open again, wide open, with the hallway lights on. I lost it. I started shaking Jake awake, babbling about doors opening by themselves and footsteps with no people. He looked at me like I was crazy and said he hadn't heard anything all night. He checked the apartment with me, and again, nothing was missing or disturbed. My laptop was still on the desk. Our wallets and phones were untouched. Jake's expensive camera was right where he'd left it. The next morning, in the harsh light of day, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe there was something wrong with the lock. Maybe the door hadn't been properly closed. Maybe I'd been so tired I was hallucinating. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right about that place. I started asking our host about the building's history, trying to be casual about it. She mentioned it had been damaged during World War II and partially rebuilt, but some sections were original, including our staircase. She said something about the basement being unused for at least 100 years. It was dark and damp and unsafe, so it had been sealed off. That staircase we used, it led down to that basement. Over the next few days, I started noticing more things. Sometimes when I'd go out to the balcony to smoke, I'd smell cigarette smoke already there, even though I was the only smoker on our floor. One time I left my pack of cigarettes out there by accident, and when I went back for them an hour later, one was missing. I started to wonder if whatever or whoever was haunting our floor was a smoker too. It sounds crazy, but I started leaving an occasional cigarette out on the balcony, like an offering. Here you go, ghost buddy, please stop scaring the crap out of me. The last week of our stay, I barely slept. Every noise made me jump. I kept feeling like someone was watching me, following me around the apartment. The bathroom door kept closing behind me. I'd hear my name being called. The hallway lights would trigger when no one was there. Jake thought I was losing my mind. He didn't experience any of it. He slept like a baby every night while I sat up, wide-eyed, watching the door. The night before we left, I went out to the balcony one last time. I left my entire pack of cigarettes out there, with just one missing for me to smoke. "Take them," I said out loud, feeling like an idiot. Just let me sleep tonight. That was the only night I slept through until morning without incident. When I checked the balcony in the morning, the cigarette pack was gone. I've never been so relieved to leave a place. As we dragged our luggage down that creepy staircase for the last time, I swear I felt something watching us go. The motion sensor lights kept turning on behind us, even though no one was there. I still don't have an explanation for what happened in that Budapest apartment. I've tried researching the building's history, but there's not much information available online. Sometimes I wonder if whoever or whatever was there is still wandering those halls, running up those stairs, smoking cigarettes on that balcony. All I know is I'm never staying in a 200-year-old building again. And if you ever find yourself in an ancient apartment in Budapest with motion-sensing lights and a creepy staircase, maybe bring an extra pack of smokes, just in case. Story 9. I never believed in psychic abilities or visions until 4 days ago. Trust me, I was the biggest skeptic, the person who'd roll her eyes at ghost stories and change the channel when those psychic detective shows came on. I'm a 32-year-old accountant with a mortgage and a golden retriever, for crying out loud. Not exactly the profile of someone who'd claim supernatural experiences. But something happened Tuesday night that I can't explain, and I haven't slept properly since. I'm writing this partly because I'm afraid to close my eyes again, and partly because I need to get this out somewhere. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar, or can help me make sense of it. It started around 11:30 at night. My boyfriend Mark had already fallen asleep, and I was finishing up a chapter of this thriller I'd been reading. Nothing special, just your typical murder mystery. I switched off my bedside lamp, rolled onto my side, and closed my eyes. That's when it happened. Instead of the usual darkness or random shapes you see when you close your eyes, I saw a field. Not like a vague impression, but a crystal-clear image of an abandoned farm field. It was so detailed I could see individual weeds, tall and scraggly, poking through the cracked soil. The sky above was a dull grey, not stormy exactly, but flat and lifeless. At first I thought I was just visualizing something from my book, but I hadn't been reading anything about farms. I opened my eyes, blinking in the darkness of our bedroom, then closed them again, curious. The field was still there, even more detailed now. I could see what looked like an old scarecrow in the distance, slumped over and broken. Its arm had fallen off, lying in the dirt beside the wooden post. The cloth face was weathered and torn, hanging by threads. The whole place felt neglected, like no one had tended it for years. Then the perspective shifted. I wasn't just looking at the field anymore. I was seeing beneath it, below the surface of the soil, between the tangled roots and earthworms, there was a face, a woman's face, partially decomposed. Her skin was pallid and waxy where it wasn't rotting away, her eyes sunken deep into their sockets, dark hair spread out around her head like a halo made of seaweed, tangled with roots and dirt. I felt sick, but I couldn't stop looking. She was buried there, alone and forgotten. No marker, no grave, just tossed into the ground like garbage. I jerked my eyes open, heart pounding, sweat beading on my forehead despite the cool air from our ceiling fan. This wasn't normal. This wasn't like imagining a story or having a nightmare. This was something else entirely. "You okay?" Mark mumbled beside me, half asleep. "Yeah, just weird dream," I lied, not wanting to sound crazy. "How do you tell someone you're seeing dead women in fields when you close your eyes?" I got up, went to the bathroom, splashed water on my face. My hands were shaking. I told myself it was just stress from work, from the deadline I had coming up on Friday. I looked at my reflection in the mirror, pale, eyes wide, pupils dilated. I didn't look like myself. When I came back to bed, I was afraid to close my eyes again. I stared at the ceiling for what felt like hours, listening to Mark's even breathing beside me. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and my eyelids grew heavy. She was still there, the dead woman in the field. But something had changed. The field wasn't completely abandoned anymore. Now rows of corn stood tall, swaying slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. The scarecrow had been somewhat repaired, though still slumped and eerie. I could see more details of the landscape now. A small wooden fence on one side of the field, rotting and falling apart. Beyond that, a line of trees, dark and dense. No houses nearby, no roads visible, just this isolated patch of farmland. And beneath it all, she remained. Her face seemed to have shifted slightly, as if she'd tried to turn toward me. I could see more of her now, shoulders covered in what might have been a blue dress once, now faded and disintegrating. Her hands were crossed over her chest, like someone had positioned her that way, giving her some small dignity in death. The sadness I felt was overwhelming. Not fear this time, but a profound sorrow. Who was she? Why was she there? I felt tears running down my cheeks, though my eyes were still closed, still fixed on this vision. I whispered, "I see you," though I wasn't sure why. "Someone will find you." I felt Mark stir beside me. "What did you say?" he asked groggily. I opened my eyes, wiping away tears. "Nothing. Just talking in my sleep, I guess." "You're crying?" he said, more alert now. "What's wrong?" I couldn't tell him. How could I explain something I didn't understand myself? "Bad dream," I said again. "Really vivid. I'm fine." He pulled me close, and I pressed my face against his chest, trying to block out the image of the woman. We talked for a while about nothing important. His day at work, plans for the weekend, whether we should repaint the kitchen. Normal things, safe things. Eventually, the tightness in my chest eased. When I next closed my eyes, hours later, the field was different again. The corn was taller, greener, healthier. The broken fence was more visible now, and I could see that beyond the trees was a dirt road, rarely used judging by the overgrowth. This place existed somewhere. It wasn't just a random image my brain had created. The woman was still there, under the soil. But now I could see something else, a small silver locket around her neck, tarnished but intact. A detail so specific it made my skin crawl. I knew, somehow, that inside that locket was a tiny photograph of a young man in an old-fashioned military uniform. I opened my eyes again, gasping. Dawn was breaking outside our window. I'd spent the entire night either seeing this vision or avoiding sleep altogether. I called in sick to work that day. I couldn't concentrate on spreadsheets when my mind was filled with images of a dead woman in a cornfield. Instead, I spent hours online, searching for missing persons cases involving women in blue dresses, abandoned farms, anything that might connect to what I was seeing. That night I tried sleeping pills. I was exhausted, desperate for dreamless sleep. They didn't help. The moment unconsciousness claimed me, I was back in the field. This time, I could smell it. Rich soil, growing corn, and underneath the faint, sickly sweet scent of decay. The woman's face seemed more insistent now, as if she were trying to communicate. Her mouth hadn't moved, but I felt like she was asking for something. "What do you want?" I whispered into the darkness of our bedroom. "Who are you?" No answer came. Just the continuing vision of the field when I closed my eyes. I started sleeping in short bursts, 20 or 30 minutes at a time, waking myself up whenever the vision became too intense. Mark was worried about me, suggesting I see a doctor. Maybe I should have, but what would I say? Every time I close my eyes, I see a dead woman buried in a cornfield. They'd put me on antipsychotics before I finished the sentence. By the third day, I was a wreck. Sleep-deprived, jumpy, unable to focus on anything. The vision had become more detailed with each passing night. Now I knew the farm had once belonged to a family named Keller, The woman's name was Eleanor. She'd been waiting for someone who never came home from war. I don't know how I knew these things. They simply appeared in my mind, alongside the images, like captions to a photograph. Last night was the worst. When I closed my eyes, I didn't just see the field. I was standing in it. I could feel the dirt under my bare feet, hear the rustle of corn stalks in the wind. The scarecrow watched me with its button eyes as I moved toward the spot where I knew she lay. The ground there seemed different, slightly sunken, the corn less healthy. I knelt down, my hands hovering over the soil. I knew if I dug, I would find her. I knew she wanted to be found. "I'll help you," I said. "I'll find this place." The vision shifted again, giving me more context. A rusty mailbox at the end of a long dirt driveway, the number 67 barely visible beneath years of weather damage, rolling hills in the distance, a particular formation of trees that looked like a crouching animal against the skyline. I woke up gasping, tears streaming down my face. Mark was sitting up beside me, truly alarmed now. "That's it," he said. "We're getting you help tomorrow. This isn't normal." But I know what I need to do, and it's not seeing a psychiatrist. I need to find this field. I need to find Eleanor. This morning I started searching county records for farms owned by families named Keller. There are several within a 3-hour drive of where we live. Tomorrow I'm going to visit the first one on my list. I don't know what's happening to me. I don't know why I've been chosen to see these things. I'm not special. I've never had a supernatural experience in my life. But I can't ignore this. Every time I blink, every time I close my eyes for more than a second, she's there waiting. Eleanor in her faded blue dress with the silver locket, alone in the dirt. Someone buried her there and thought no one would ever know. Someone thought they'd gotten away with it, but she found a way to be seen. I haven't told Mark where I'm going tomorrow. He wouldn't understand. But I've written down everything I've seen, every detail about the farm, the field, the location. If something happens to me, at least there will be a record. I just hope I can find her. I hope I can wake her from her lonesome sleep in the field. No one deserves to be forgotten like that, erased from the world without a trace. I'm closing my eyes now, deliberately this time. The field is there, waiting. The corn sways, the scarecrow watches, and Eleanor lies beneath it all, patient. I think she knows I'm coming. I'll update if I find anything. If I don't, well, at least someone else knows she exists now. At least someone else will remember Eleanor Keller. Story 10. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate circle. I guess I'm still trying to process what happened, even years later. But I need to share it with people who might understand, because I'm genuinely worried about my family now. When I was 6, my grandma Ruth and I moved into this one-story house in Millbrook after my grandpa had a stroke. It was just the two of us, since my parents weren't in the picture anymore. The house seemed normal at first, just your average home with beige walls, hardwood floors, and that musty smell that old houses have. Nothing spectacular, nothing weird, except for the basement. From the very first day, I hated going down there. I don't know how to explain it properly, but it felt like walking into a room where someone was staring at you, but you couldn't see them. The air felt thicker, heavier somehow. When you're a kid, people just assume you're afraid of the dark or making things up. But this was different. I knew it was different. I've always been sensitive to things. My dad was the same way. Grandma Ruth used to say we had the sight, whatever that means. All I know is that sometimes I could feel things other people couldn't, and the basement was full of something I didn't want to feel. Whenever Grandma asked me to get something from down there, a jar of preserves or some old photo album, I'd stand at the top of the stairs, take a deep breath, and count to 3 before racing down. I'd grab whatever I needed and sprint back up, 2 steps at a time, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The whole time I'd feel this pressure, like something was squeezing my lungs. Things changed when I was around 9. My Aunt Meredith and my cousin Jake moved in temporarily after my aunt's divorce. Jake was 11, fearless, and thought my fear of the basement was hilarious. He'd constantly go down there to play with his toys or read comics, saying it was the only quiet place in the house. "Come on, Sarah, don't be such a baby," he'd say, and eventually I started going down there with him. I didn't want to look scared in front of my older cousin. The weird thing is, the more time we spent in the basement, the worse the feeling got. It was like whatever was down there fed off our presence. The air would get colder in certain corners. Items would go missing and turn up in places neither of us had put them. Once, Jake's favorite action figure disappeared for 3 days, then suddenly showed up in the middle of the floor, even though we'd searched everywhere. After Meredith and Jake moved out, I went back to avoiding the basement at all costs. Grandma never questioned it. I think on some level she felt it too, but she was old school and didn't talk about those things. Fast forward to when I was 17, Grandma went to visit her sister for a weekend, leaving me and my boyfriend Ethan to house sit. We were watching movies in the living room when we heard this massive crash from below. It sounded like something heavy had fallen over. Ethan wanted to check it out right away, but I was frozen. I didn't want to go down there, especially at night, but he insisted, saying it could be a pipe burst or something serious, so I grabbed a flashlight and we went to investigate. We checked every inch of that basement, behind the old washing machine, under the workbench, in the storage closet. Nothing, not a single thing out of place. No broken glass, no fallen shelves, nothing. Ethan thought maybe it came from a neighbor's house, but I knew better. I knew it came from our basement. When Grandma came back on Sunday night, she went down to put away some groceries in the deep freezer and came back upstairs looking puzzled. "Sarah, did you go through my old VHS tapes?" she asked. I hadn't. I didn't even know she still had those. Turns out, every single one of her VHS tapes, we're talking at least 30 of them, had been taken off the shelves and scattered across the basement floor. Some were stacked in weird little towers, others were arranged in a semicircle, the rest were just thrown around randomly. Ethan and I swore we hadn't seen them like that when we checked after the crash, and nobody else had been in the house. Things escalated about a year later. I was home from college for the summer, and Grandma asked me to grab some canning jars from the basement for her preserves. I'd been doing so well avoiding that place, but I couldn't say no to her, so down I went, trying to be quick about it. I got to the bottom of the stairs, and that's when it happened. The worst experience of my life. It felt like someone had poured ice water down my spine. My whole body went rigid, and for a few seconds I couldn't move or breathe. Then my hand, my own hand, reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. My fingers started moving on their own, opening the App Store, searching for something. I was trying to download a Spirit Box app. You know those apps that supposedly let ghosts communicate through radio frequencies? I was watching my fingers do this, and I wasn't the one controlling them. I was screaming inside my head. But outwardly, I was just standing there, my body not my own. What freaked me out the most was the clear thought that wasn't mine. I need you to hear me. It only lasted maybe 30 seconds before I managed to drop my phone and run upstairs. But those were the longest 30 seconds of my life. I had a full-blown panic attack at the kitchen table. Grandma held me while I sobbed, but I couldn't tell her what really happened. How do you tell your grandmother that something in her basement tried to possess you? I started having anxiety attacks after that. I couldn't sleep without the lights on. I'd wake up feeling like something was sitting on my chest. I finally moved into a dorm at school, even though it was more expensive, just to get away from that house. But the story doesn't end there. Last year, I was back visiting Grandma. My friends Alex and Danny wanted to come over to play Dungeons and Dragons, and since Grandma's house had the biggest table, we decided to set up there. The only problem? The table was in the basement. I hadn't been down there in almost 2 years, but I figured with friends around it would be okay. Safety in numbers, right? Alex is super empathic, even more sensitive than I am. Danny, on the other hand, is the biggest skeptic you'll ever meet. She thinks ghost stories are mass hysteria or whatever. The moment we got to the bottom of the stairs, Alex stopped dead in his tracks. "Sarah, what the hell is down here?" he whispered. I just looked at him, and we had this moment of understanding. He felt it too. "What are you two doing?" Danny asked, pushing past us. "It's just a musty old basement. Let's set up the game." We tried to play normally, but Alex kept glancing over his shoulder. About an hour in, he said his chest felt tight, like he couldn't get a full breath. That's exactly how I'd always felt down there. Then Danny, our skeptic, put her dice down and rubbed her arms. "Is it just me, or did it get really cold over here?" she asked. It wasn't just her. The temperature had dropped at least 10 degrees around her chair. "Let's move to the other side of the table," I suggested, trying to sound casual. We gathered our character sheets and dice and moved to the opposite end. Within minutes, the cold spot followed us. I could see goosebumps rising on Danny's arms. Alex was breathing hard, like he'd been running. "There's something here," he muttered. "It's moving around us." Danny rolled her eyes, but I could tell she was uncomfortable. "It's probably just a draft," she said, but her voice shook slightly. We tried to keep playing, but nobody was really focused anymore. The game pieces kept falling over by themselves. Dice would roll off the table when nobody was touching them. Our character sheets would flutter, even though there was no breeze. Finally, Alex stood up. "I'm sorry, I can't do this. There's something in here with us, and it's not happy we're here." Danny started to argue, but then the lights flickered 3 times, and she shut up real quick. We packed up our stuff and practically ran upstairs. The next day, Danny called me. She never calls. She always texts, but she called, and her voice sounded different. "I had a nightmare about your grandmother's basement," she said, without even saying hello. There was something in the corner watching us the whole time, something tall and dark that kept getting closer every time I looked away. "This is from the girl who makes fun of ghost hunters and calls psychics scam artists. I'm not coming back to your grandma's house," she said. "I don't believe in this stuff, but I don't know. Just no." That was 6 months ago. Now my Aunt Meredith is moving back in with Grandma because she lost her job. She's bringing my cousin Jake and his little sister, who's only 4. They're going to be living in that house, with that thing in the basement, and I don't know what to do. Whatever is down there, it's gotten stronger over the years. It can move objects. It tried to use my body, and now it's affecting even people who don't believe in the paranormal. What happens when a 4-year-old girl goes down there, or when Jake decides to set up his gaming system in the basement like he's planning to? I've tried researching, looking up ways to cleanse a house or protect against negative entities, but nothing seems right. This isn't some ghost that rattles chains or makes spooky noises. This is something that can get inside your head, make you feel things, make you do things. And the worst part, I still don't know what it wants. Why our basement? Why our family? What is it trying to say? I'm terrified for my family, and I don't know how to protect them from something I don't understand. All I know is that the thing in my grandmother's basement is real, it's powerful, and it's waiting. Story 11. I still don't know how to explain what happened last month, but I need to share it somewhere because it's been keeping me up at night. I've tried telling a few people, but they just look at me like I'm making it up or had too much to drink. I wasn't drunk, though. I wish I had been. At least then I'd have an explanation. This happened in Heidenheim, the small German town where I've lived my whole life. Nothing interesting ever happens here, which is why this experience stands out so much. It was a Tuesday evening in November, already dark by 5 o'clock. Because of how early the sun sets this time of year, my friend Felix and I had just finished our shift at the warehouse where we both work. We decided to walk home instead of taking the bus because the weather was decent, cold, but not raining for once. On the way, we stopped at the corner store near Felix's apartment to get some tobacco. We both roll our own cigarettes to save money, and we were planning to hang out for a bit before heading to our respective homes. After leaving the store, we took our usual shortcut through what used to be an old Jewish cemetery. Most people don't know this, But back in the 1970s, the town converted it into a small park. There's nothing marking what it used to be, except for a small plaque that most people walk past without noticing. My grandfather told me about it once, how they moved some of the remains, but probably left others undisturbed beneath the walking paths and benches. It's not something the town advertises. Felix and I didn't think anything of it as we cut through. It was just after 6 in the evening and the park was empty. Street lamps cast long shadows across the grass, and the bare trees looked like skeletal hands reaching up against the dark sky. Nothing unusual for November in Germany. "Let's have a smoke before we head back," Felix suggested as we reached the other side of the park. There was a small stone wall facing an apartment building across the street where we sometimes sat. It wasn't comfortable, but it was sheltered from the wind, and no one bothered us there. We sat down and started rolling our cigarettes. I remember checking my watch. It was 6:23, because I had promised my mom I'd be home for dinner by 7. The apartment building across from us was typical for our town. 4 stories, probably built in the 1960s, with rows of identical windows. Most had lights on since people were home from work, cooking dinner or watching TV. I was halfway through rolling my cigarette when I noticed something odd about one of the windows on the 3rd floor. The light inside was flickering, not like a candle, but erratically, like a fluorescent bulb about to die. At first, I didn't think much of it, but as I watched, I noticed something else that made the hair on my arms stand up. There were shadows moving inside the apartment, which wouldn't be strange except for how they were moving. They darted across the window at impossible speeds, then froze completely, then moved again in jerky, unnatural ways. It wasn't like people walking around an apartment. It was like, I don't know how to describe it except that it didn't look human. "Felix," I said, nudging him with my elbow, "look at that window up there, the one with the flickering light. Do you see that?" Felix looked up, squinting a little. He's nearsighted but too vain to wear his glasses in public. "Which one? 3rd floor, 2nd from the left?" "Yeah, watch it for a minute." We both sat there, cigarettes forgotten in our hands, staring at the window. The shadows continued their bizarre movement, sometimes stretching from floor to ceiling in an instant, sometimes splitting into multiple shapes that moved independently before merging back together. "What the fuck is that?" Felix whispered. The fact that he could see it too made my stomach drop. I wasn't imagining things. "I don't know," I replied. "Maybe it's just people moving around and the flickering light is making it look weird." But even as I said it, I knew that wasn't it. People don't move like that. Nothing moves like that. "I'm going to record it," I decided, pulling out my phone. This was something I needed to show other people, to prove I wasn't crazy. I opened the camera app and pointed it at the window. That's when things got even weirder. As soon as I aimed my phone at the specific window, my screen went completely black. Not just dark, totally black, like the phone had shut off. But I could still feel it vibrating slightly in my hand, still running. "What's wrong?" Felix asked, seeing my confusion. "My screen went black." "Hold on." I lowered the phone and looked at it. The screen immediately came back to normal, showing the camera interface. I raised it again toward the window, and instantly the screen went black again. "Let me try," Felix said, pulling out his own phone. The exact same thing happened. His screen worked fine until he pointed it directly at that window, then went completely black. We tried several times, angling our phones differently, using different camera apps, even trying to take pictures of the entire building and then zoom in later. Nothing worked. It was as if whatever was happening in that apartment couldn't be captured digitally. By this point, my hands were shaking. The tobacco I'd been holding had spilled all over my jeans, but I didn't care. There was a knot in my stomach and a pressure in my chest that made it hard to breathe. "We should go up there and knock on the door," Felix suggested, but his voice was shaky. Neither of us moved to stand up. "Do you know who lives there?" I asked instead. "No idea. I've never paid attention." As we sat there trying to decide what to do, something changed. The flickering light suddenly stabilized, shining brightly as if someone had just replaced the bulb. The shadows disappeared completely. Now it just looked like a normal apartment with a normal light on. "Did you see that?" I asked. "Yeah," Felix nodded. "It's normal now." We stayed there for another 20 minutes, barely talking, just watching the window. The light remained steady the whole time. Just as we were about to leave, convinced that whatever we'd seen was somehow explained away, the light began to dim again. Not flickering this time, but gradually growing darker, as if being turned down on a dimmer switch. Before it went completely dark, I thought I saw something press against the glass, a shape that wasn't quite a hand, with too many fingers that were too long and bent at odd angles. "Let's go," I said, standing up so quickly I almost fell over. Felix didn't argue. We practically ran out of there, not stopping until we were several blocks away. When we finally paused to catch our breath, Felix looked at me with wide eyes. "What the hell was that?" "I don't know," I admitted, "but I'm not walking through that park again." We parted ways shortly after, both making excuses about needing to get home. I checked the time, 7:12, and realized I was late for dinner, but food was the last thing on my mind. When I got home, I immediately tried to look up the apartment building online to see if there was any history about it or if anyone had reported strange occurrences there. I found nothing unusual. It was just a regular apartment building in a small German town. I considered going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I saw weird shadows and a flickering light? That my phone camera mysteriously didn't work when pointed at a specific window? They would think I was crazy or on drugs. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those unnatural movements, those shadows that moved too quickly and in ways that defied physics. I kept thinking about what that apartment used to overlook, a Jewish cemetery that had been paved over and turned into a park, as if that would erase what it had been. The next day, I walked the long way to work, avoiding the park entirely. Felix did the same. When we saw each other at the warehouse, we barely mentioned what had happened, just confirming with a glance that neither of us had imagined it. A week later, curiosity got the better of me, and I walked past the apartment building during daylight. The window looked completely normal. An elderly woman was watering plants on the windowsill. I almost convinced myself that we had imagined the whole thing. But then, as I was about to walk away, the old woman looked down and saw me staring. Instead of waving or showing any normal reaction, she just froze, her face expressionless, and stared back at me with such intensity that I felt physically pushed backward. Then she closed the curtains in one swift movement. I haven't gone back since. Felix says he hasn't either, but sometimes I catch him looking over his shoulder when we leave work, as if he's afraid something might be following him. It's been a month now, and I still don't have any explanation for what we saw. All I know is that sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I think I see shadows moving on my ceiling in that same unnatural way, and my bedside lamp flickers even though I just changed the bulb. And sometimes, when I'm about to fall asleep, I swear I can feel long, thin fingers with too many joints hovering just above my face. Story 12. I've been experiencing weird stuff in my sleep for as long as I can remember. I'm not talking about sleep paralysis or night terrors, though I've read up on both, trying to make sense of what's been happening to me. This is something different, something physical, something that keeps finding me no matter where I am. I'm still trying to process what happened last night, which is probably why I'm finally writing this all down. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me understand what's happening. I honestly don't know where else to turn. The first time it happened, I was really young, maybe 4 years old. My sister was at my dad's house for the weekend. My parents split when I was 2, and I was feeling lonely. I begged my mom to let me set up this old camouflage tent we had in the playroom. It wasn't anything fancy, just one of those pop-up play tents for kids, but I loved it. Mom helped me drag my sleeping bag inside, along with my favorite stuffed animals and a little plastic baby swing I had for my dolls. I remember being so excited about my little camping trip that night. Mom tucked me in around 8 o'clock, checked under the tent for monsters, a nightly ritual back then, and left the hallway light on so I wouldn't get scared. I fell asleep quickly, surrounded by my toys. I'm not sure what time it was when I woke up. I couldn't tell time yet, but the house was completely silent. That deep, middle-of-the-night silence when you know everyone else is asleep. What woke me was a sound, like someone brushing against the outside of the tent. At first, I thought it was just my mum checking on me, but then I realized the sound was coming from inside the playroom, not the doorway. The brushing sound continued, moving around the perimeter of the tent. I sat up in my sleeping bag, clutching my teddy bear. That's when I noticed the baby swing. It was moving, not just a slight movement like it had been bumped, but swinging back and forth at full force, as if someone had just pushed a baby in it. The hinges were squeaking with each swing. The weird thing is, I wasn't immediately scared. I was too young to understand how strange it was. I just stared at it, confused. The swinging didn't slow down. If anything, it got faster. Then the brushing against the tent got louder, like someone was running their hand firmly across the fabric. That's when fear hit me. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag, unzipped the tent flap, and ran straight to my mum's room. I didn't even look back to see if anything was following me. I just climbed into her bed and pulled the covers over my head. I never told my mom what happened. I don't know why. Maybe I was afraid she wouldn't believe me. Or maybe I just didn't have the words to explain it. The next morning, when we went to clean up the tent, the swing was completely still. Mom packed everything away, and I never wanted to sleep in that tent again. I almost managed to convince myself it was just a weird dream until it happened again a couple years later. By then, my mom had remarried, and we'd moved to a new house across town. I was about 5 or 6, and my stepsister was having a sleepover with a couple of her friends. They were all sleeping in her room, but I was allowed to camp out on the living room couch and watch movies until I fell asleep. I felt so grown up. I remember drifting off during some cartoon movie, wrapped in my favorite purple blanket. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. The TV was still on, but muted, casting blue light across the living room. Everyone else was asleep. I could hear my stepsister and her friends giggling occasionally from down the hall. I wasn't scared or anything, just awake. I decided to go back to sleep and rolled over, pulling my blanket up to my chin. I had barely closed my eyes when it happened. My blanket was suddenly whipped off my body, not like it had slipped off. It was yanked with force, like someone had grabbed the end of it and ripped it away from me. I felt the rush of air as the blanket moved. It didn't just fall to the floor, it landed all the way across the coffee table, at least 6 feet away from the couch. I sat up immediately, my heart racing. The living room was empty. The hallway was dark. Nothing had changed except my blanket was now in a heap on the other side of the room. I was old enough this time to know this wasn't normal. I was too scared to get up and retrieve the blanket, and too terrified to go wake my mom and stepdad. So I just lay there, curled into a ball, wide awake until morning came. When my mom found me the next day, she asked why I wasn't using my blanket. I told her I got too hot during the night. I couldn't bring myself to tell her what really happened. I was afraid she'd think I was making it up for attention. These incidents kept happening throughout my childhood and teen years. Little things at first. Objects moved from where I'd left them. Doors I'd closed found open in the morning. Once, when I was 12, all my shoes were lined up in the middle of my bedroom floor when I woke up, despite having been in the closet when I went to bed. Each time, it happened while I was sleeping. Each time, I tried to convince myself there was a logical explanation, but things have escalated since I turned 20. I still live at home. Community college is expensive enough without adding rent to the mix. And whatever this thing is, it's still here, or it followed me. I don't know which is worse. Last month I woke up because my bed was shaking. Not like an earthquake, more like someone was grabbing the foot of my mattress and deliberately shaking it to wake me up. When I sat up and turned on my lamp, the shaking stopped immediately. I searched the whole room, looked under the bed, checked the closet. Nothing. Then last week I woke up freezing cold at around 3 in the morning. All my blankets were on the floor again, but this time they were soaking wet. Not just damp, completely soaked through as if someone had dumped a bucket of water on them. But nothing else in my room was wet. Not the carpet around the blankets, not my pajamas, not the sheets I was lying on. Just the blankets. My mum suggested I might be sleepwalking, but I've never done that before. My stepdad installed a camera in the hallway outside my room to see if I was wandering around at night without realizing it. The footage showed nothing. I never left my room, and nobody entered it either. But what happened last night was the worst yet, and I'm still shaking thinking about it. I went to bed around 11, same as usual. I remember checking that my door was locked, something I've started doing recently, and pushing my dresser against it for good measure. My bed is a platform style with drawers underneath and a fairly heavy frame. I read for a while, then turned off the light around midnight. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but it was still dark. At first I couldn't figure out what had disturbed me. Then I realized my body was at an angle. My head and shoulders were still on the bed, but my legs and hips were hanging off the edge, almost touching the floor. Half of my mattress had been pulled off the bed frame, not shifted or moved, literally pulled halfway off, as if someone had grabbed it from the foot of the bed and yanked it hard toward the floor. I was so disoriented that I actually fell the rest of the way off, landing hard on my side. When I turned on the light, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The mattress was hanging half off the frame, but that wasn't the most disturbing part. My nightstand and dresser, both heavy pieces of furniture, had been pushed toward the bed, compressing the space around it. It looked like someone had tried to remove the bed without properly clearing the space first. There's absolutely no way I could have done this in my sleep. My dresser weighs a ton. I can barely move it when I'm fully awake and trying, and the door was still locked from the inside, with the dresser still pushed against it. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the corner of my room with all the lights on, too afraid to go back to sleep or leave to find my parents. When morning finally came, I unlocked my door and went to show my mum what had happened. The weirdest part. When we went back to my room together, everything was back in place. The mattress was centered on the frame. The furniture was where it should be. Nothing looked disturbed at all. My mom clearly thought I'd had a nightmare. I saw that look in her eyes, the one that says she's worried about my mental health. I didn't push it. How could I? The evidence was gone. But I know what I saw. I know what happened. The bruise on my hip from the fall is proof enough for me, even if no one else believes it. I don't know what to do anymore. Whatever this is, it's escalating. It's getting stronger, more aggressive, and it only comes when I'm asleep, when I'm most vulnerable. I'm turning 21 next month, and I've spent my whole life being haunted by something I can't see or understand. Something that follows me from house to house. Something that waits until I'm asleep to make itself known. Tonight, I'm planning to stay awake. I've got energy drinks and my laptop. I've downloaded a few apps that record sound and motion. I need to catch evidence of what's happening because I'm terrified of what might happen the next time I close my eyes. Story 13. I still don't know what to make of what happened that day in the abandoned Miller building. It's been 3 years now, and I've tried to convince myself it was just our imaginations running wild, or maybe some homeless person messing with us. But deep down, I know better. Something was in that ventilation room with us, and sometimes I still wake up hearing those sounds. This happened during spring break of my junior year of high school, back in 2018. My friend group had this thing for exploring abandoned places around our town, not for vandalism or anything stupid, just the thrill of seeing these forgotten spaces. We weren't urban explorers with fancy equipment or anything, Just bored teenagers looking for something different to do. That day, there were 6 of us. Me, Jack, Eric, Mia, Devon, Tyler, and Chris. Eric, Mia, Devon, and Tyler had already been to the Miller building a couple times before and kept talking about how cool the basement was. Chris and I were the newbies to this particular location. The Miller building used to be some kind of manufacturing plant on the outskirts of town. It had been abandoned for maybe 15 or 20 years by that point. The main structure was pretty trashed. Broken windows, graffiti everywhere, floors that looked ready to give way. But according to the others, the basement level was in surprisingly good shape. Something about it being built more solidly to support all the heavy machinery that used to be upstairs. We parked about a quarter-mile away and walked through a patch of woods to reach the building. I remember feeling nervous as we approached. Not scared exactly, just that heightened awareness you get when you're doing something you probably shouldn't be doing. "You're gonna love this place," Eric said, slapping me on the back. "The basement is like something out of a horror movie, but in a good way." "That's not exactly selling it," I replied, but I was smiling. I was into horror movies, so the comparison actually made me more interested. Getting in was easier than I expected. There was a loading dock area with a door that didn't even have a lock anymore. The first floor was exactly what you'd expect. Debris everywhere, sunlight streaming through broken windows, plants growing through cracks in the concrete. Nothing special. But then we headed down this metal staircase to the basement, and the atmosphere changed completely. It was noticeably cooler down there and much darker. We all had our phone flashlights, and Devon and Tyler had brought actual flashlights. The basement was this sprawling network of hallways and rooms. Some had old equipment still bolted to the floors, others were completely empty. "This was all supposed to be demolished years ago," Mia explained as we walked. "But I guess the company went bankrupt halfway through clearing everything out, and it's just been sitting here ever since." I noticed everyone who'd been there before seemed to know exactly where they were going. They were heading to a specific destination. "What are you guys so eager to show us?" Chris asked, apparently noticing the same thing. "The ventilation room," Devon said, grinning. "It's the best part." We made our way through several corridors, our flashlights creating weird shadows on the walls. The building felt oppressive down here. Low ceilings, narrow hallways, pipes running everywhere. The air was stale and smelled faintly of rust and mildew. After about 10 minutes of walking, we reached a heavy metal door with "ventilation systems, authorized personnel only," stenciled on it in faded yellow paint. "This is it," Eric announced, pushing the door open with a loud creak. The ventilation room was massive, easily the size of a high school gymnasium. Our flashlights barely reached the far wall. The ceiling was a maze of huge metal ducts, some as wide as 3 feet in diameter. They branched out in all directions, disappearing into the walls. On the floor were various pieces of equipment, blowers, motors, control panels, all of it decades out of date. "Pretty cool, right?" Tyler said, his voice echoing slightly. And it was cool. It felt like we'd stepped onto the set of some sci-fi movie from the 1980s. I moved my flashlight around, taking it all in. The others had spread out, comfortable in the space they'd visited before. "Come check this out," Mia called from the far end of the room. Chris and I followed her voice. As we approached, I saw what had caught her attention. There, against the far wall, was this bizarre arrangement of bricks. Between 40 and 60 bricks had been carefully arranged in a circle about 4 feet across. Inside the circle was charred wood and ash. Clearly someone had built a fire pit down here. "Who the hell would build a fire down here?" I asked, crouching down to look closer. "That seems insanely dangerous." "Probably some homeless dudes," Devon said, shrugging. "We found this last time we were here, like 3 weeks ago. Same exact setup." "The creepy part is the bricks," Tyler added. "Where did they come from? We've explored this whole basement. There aren't any brick walls down here. Everything's concrete." I ran my finger through the ash in the center of the circle. It was completely cold. but it still made me uneasy. Someone had spent significant time down here. They'd carried a bunch of bricks from somewhere, arranged them carefully, then built a fire in a basement with no ventilation, in a room specifically designed for ventilation. The irony of that last part wasn't lost on me. Maybe it's some kind of ritual thing, Chris suggested, only half joking. Whatever it is, I don't like it, I said, standing back up. Let's check out the rest of this place. While the others messed around with some of the control panels, which obviously weren't connected to anything anymore, I decided to walk toward the very end of the room with Eric. This section was the darkest, furthest from the door we'd entered through. Our flashlights revealed more ventilation equipment, including what looked like a massive intake vent that went straight up into the ceiling. That's when it happened. A loud bang echoed through the room, making us all freeze. It came from somewhere in the metal ductwork above us. "What the fuck was that?" Chris whispered. Before anyone could answer, there was another bang, louder this time, then another and another. It sounded like something heavy was being slammed against the inside of the metal ducts. The sound moved, traveling through the ductwork from one side of the room to the other. "Is someone up there?" Mia called out, her voice shaking. The banging stopped for maybe 3 seconds. Then it started again, more intense this time, like whatever was making the noise was responding to her voice. The sounds were getting louder, more frantic, and seemed to be moving toward the massive vent near where Eric and I were standing. "Fuck this! I'm out!" Devon said, already backing toward the door. None of us needed convincing. We all turned and ran for the exit, our flashlights bobbing wildly, creating a disorienting strobe effect. The banging followed us, traveling through the ductwork above our heads. We burst through the ventilation room door and slammed it shut behind us. The sound immediately became muffled, but didn't stop. We could still hear the metallic banging as we sprinted through the basement corridors. I've never run so fast in my life. My lungs were burning, and I kept expecting to feel something grab me from behind. We took a wrong turn at one point and ended up in a dead-end storage room, which nearly sent me into a full panic until Tyler found the right way. When we finally reached the stairs and climbed back to the first floor, we didn't stop running until we were outside the building. We stood in the overgrown parking lot, all of us bent over, hands on our knees, trying to catch our breath. "What the actual fuck was that?" Chris asked between gasps. "Had to be a person, right?" Mia suggested. "Some homeless guy living in the air ducts?" "Those ducts were way too small for a person," I pointed out. "No way someone could fit in there, let alone move around that fast." "Could be raccoons or something," Devon offered, though he didn't sound convinced. We stood there debating for about 15 minutes, our initial panic slowly subsiding. The building remained silent, no one coming out after us. Eventually Eric, always the bold one, suggested we go back in to investigate. "No fucking way," Chris said immediately. "Look, we outnumber whoever it is," Eric argued, "and I want to know what the hell made those sounds." I surprised myself by agreeing with Eric. Now that I was outside in the daylight, my fear was being replaced by curiosity. "I'll go back in if everyone else does," I said. It took some convincing, but eventually we all agreed to go back inside, together, no splitting up. We'd just peek into the ventilation room from the doorway, no going all the way in. The basement was completely silent when we returned. Our footsteps seemed impossibly loud as we made our way back to the ventilation room. The door was exactly as we'd left it, closed, but not locked. Eric pushed it open slowly, and we all pointed our flashlights inside. Everything looked exactly the same. The fire pit of bricks was undisturbed. The equipment sat silent and dusty. "Hello?" Eric called out. His voice echoed slightly, but there was no response. We stood there for at least 5 minutes, just listening and watching. Nothing moved. No sounds came from the ductwork. "I want to check the vent," I said finally. "Are you insane?" Chris hissed. "I just want to look at it. I'll be quick." Before anyone could stop me, I walked into the room, moving directly toward the large intake vent where the sound had seemed to be heading. My flashlight illuminated the metal grate covering the opening. It was completely intact, no signs of damage or forced entry. The screws holding it in place were rusted in position. It clearly hadn't been removed in years. I shined my light up into the vent as far as I could see. There was nothing there. No signs of animals, no debris that could have caused the banging, nothing. Anything, Eric called from the doorway. Nothing, I replied, backing away from the vent. It doesn't make any sense. We left shortly after that, thoroughly confused and still on edge. On the drive home, we came up with dozens of theories. Everything from a bizarre acoustical phenomenon to the building settling to, yes, even ghosts. None of the explanations felt right. The thing that still bothers me the most, though, isn't the banging itself. It's what happened after. The 6 of us who were there that day, we never really talked about it again. Within a week, it was like it never happened. When I brought it up a month later, everyone seemed uncomfortable, changing the subject quickly. And there's something else, something I can't quite put my finger on, a detail that feels missing. Sometimes I dream about that ventilation room, but in my dreams, there's something important that I'm not seeing or remembering, some crucial piece of information that would make everything make sense. I've thought about going back alone, but I can never bring myself to do it. Whatever was in that building that day, whatever made those sounds, I don't think I want to know after all. Some things are better left in the dark. Story 14. I've been hesitating to share this for a while now, but I need to get it off my chest. It's been 3 months since our family vacation to Helen, Georgia, and I still can't shake what happened there. My husband Mike and I went with my parents, my grandmother, and my Aunt Karen for what was supposed to be a relaxing week in the mountains. We found this gorgeous 3-story cabin online, rustic but modern, with these huge windows overlooking the forest. It was a bit pricey, but we all split the cost, and honestly, the photos made it look worth every penny. The first couple days were exactly what we wanted. We hiked during the day, cooked big family dinners, played board games at night. The cabin had this massive stone fireplace in the living room, and we'd all gather around it with wine and just talk for hours. It felt so normal, you know, just a regular family vacation. On the 3rd night, things started getting weird. We were all sitting around the dining table playing cards when my grandmother mentioned she hadn't slept well the night before. She and my Aunt Karen were sharing a room on the 2nd floor, and she said she kept hearing what sounded like a little girl crying. Karen backed her up, saying she heard it too, but figured it was just the wind, or maybe an animal outside. My mom joked that the place was haunted, and we all laughed it off. The next day, my mom and Karen were sitting on the couch while everyone else was out on the deck. I had just come in to grab some water when I heard them talking in hushed voices. When I asked what was up, my mom looked genuinely freaked out. She said they both clearly heard a child's voice call out, "Mama," in this distressed, breathy way. The voice sounded like it came from right behind them, but when they turned around, nobody was there. I tried to play it cool and suggested maybe it was the TV, but it wasn't even on. That night, Mike and I were in the top floor bedroom. It was this gorgeous room with wooden beams across the ceiling and a skylight above the bed. We'd claimed it at the beginning of the trip because it was the most private, and honestly, the nicest room in the house. Mike fell asleep almost immediately, but I stayed up scrolling on my phone for a while. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I remember is waking up in complete darkness. The digital clock on the nightstand read 3:22 a.m. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. Then I heard it, this small moaning sob. It wasn't loud, more like a whimper, but it was definitely inside our room. My whole body went rigid. I lay there, hardly breathing, straining to listen. There it was again, a child's sob, like someone trying to cry quietly but failing to hold it in. It sounded like it was coming from the corner of the room, by the closet. I need to explain something here. When I was 19, I had this really unsettling experience in my college dorm. I woke up one night to find what looked like a man standing at the foot of my bed, just staring at me. When I screamed, my roommate woke up and turned on the light, and there was nothing there. I know how this sounds, but I wasn't dreaming, and I wasn't on anything. Ever since then, I've been extremely sensitive to anything that feels off. So when I heard that crying in the cabin, I knew exactly what it was. I reached over and shook Mike awake, but by the time he was conscious, the crying had stopped. I told him what I heard, and he did what most husbands would do. Checked the closet, looked under the bed, and assured me it was just a bad dream, but I knew better. I was wide awake, and those sobs were real. They weren't coming from outside or from another room. They were right there with us. I couldn't go back to sleep after that. I sat up and turned on the TV, cranking the volume high enough to drown out any other sounds. Mike complained and put a pillow over his head, but there was no way I was turning it off. I sat there watching infomercials until sunrise, jumping at every shadow. The next morning, I looked like absolute hell. Everyone commented on it at breakfast, and I finally told them what I'd heard. That's when my grandmother and Karen exchanged this look, and Karen said, "So you heard her too?" We spent that day in town, deliberately staying out of the cabin until dinner time. Nobody wanted to admit it, but I think we were all spooked. When evening came, I dreaded going back upstairs. Mike thought I was being ridiculous, but he didn't argue when I insisted on sleeping with the TV on again. I kept the volume loud enough to drown out any potential crying. Mike fell asleep somehow, but I just lay there staring at the ceiling, watching the shadows from the TV dance across it. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk myself awake, terrified of what I might hear if the room got quiet. By our last night in the cabin, I was running on fumes. 6 days of vacation, and I'd barely slept for the last 3. My mum suggested maybe we should switch rooms, but something in me refused. It felt like giving in, like letting whatever this was win. Plus, I didn't want anyone else to experience what I had. That night, I was so exhausted I couldn't keep my eyes open. Mike was still up watching some action movie on TV, and the steady noise lulled me to sleep, despite my best efforts to stay awake. I don't know how long I was out before the silence woke me. It's weird how you can be sleeping through noise, but the sudden absence of it jolts you awake. The room was pitch black except for the blue glow of the TV screen. Instead of the movie, there was just a message: playback error. My heart started hammering immediately. I fumbled for the remote, jabbing at the buttons, trying to get anything, any channel, any noise, to come back on. Nothing worked. The error message just sat there, mocking me with its blue light. "Mike," I whispered, shaking him. He groaned, but didn't wake up. "Mike," I said louder, and this time he stirred. "What's wrong?" he mumbled. "The TV stopped working. I need you to fix it." He squinted at the screen, still half asleep. "Just leave it. Go back to sleep." "No, I need it on, please." My voice cracked, and I think the desperation in it finally got through to him. Mike sat up and took the remote, trying different buttons. When that didn't work, he got up and went to the TV itself, pressing the power button and checking the connections. Nothing. That's when I heard it again. That soft, mournful crying. It was closer this time, almost like it was coming from right beside the bed. I could make out the hitched breathing between sobs, the wet sound of a child in distress. "Do you hear that?" I whispered to Mike, who was still fiddling with the TV. "Hear what?" He turned to look at me, and in the blue glow from the screen, I could see the confusion on his face. The crying. Right there. I pointed to the empty space beside the bed. Mike stopped what he was doing and listened. For a second I thought he heard it too, because his expression changed, but then he shook his head. "I don't hear anything, Jess. You're freaking yourself out." But the crying was getting louder, more insistent. It was a little girl. I was certain of it now. Not an infant, but young, maybe 5 or 6, and there was something in her cries that went beyond sadness. It was desolation, abandonment, the sound of someone who had given up hope of being found. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my phone and turned on its flashlight, sweeping it around the room. The crying stopped the instant the light came on. I kept the light pointed at that spot by the bed, my hand trembling so badly the beam bounced all over the place. "What are you doing?" Mike asked, watching me like I'd lost my mind. "It stops when there's light," I said, my voice barely audible. "The crying stops." Just then, the TV suddenly came back to life, blaring so loudly both of us jumped. The movie was playing again as if nothing had happened. Mike quickly turned the volume down to a reasonable level. "See, just a glitch," he said, coming back to bed. "The cabin probably has weird wiring or something." But I knew it wasn't a glitch. Whatever was in that room with us had shut off the TV deliberately. It wanted to be heard. It wanted me to know it was there. I kept the TV on for the rest of the night, and the crying didn't return. When morning finally came, I was the first one packed and ready to go. I made up some excuse about wanting to beat the traffic, but I think everyone knew the real reason. My grandmother patted my hand at breakfast and said, "Some places have memories that want to be acknowledged." As we were loading up the cars, I noticed the property manager coming to prepare the cabin for the next guests. On impulse, I walked over and asked her if she knew anything about the history of the place. She seemed hesitant at first, but when I mentioned the crying, something changed in her expression. "You heard her too?" she asked quietly, glancing back at the cabin. "Most people don't, or if they do, they don't say anything." "Who is she?" I asked. The woman sighed. "I don't know for sure. The owners don't like us talking about it. But there's a story about a family that stayed here back in the 70s. Their little girl wandered off into the woods and was never found. They searched for weeks, but..." She trailed off, shrugging. "Some say she's still looking for her way home." "And the top-floor bedroom?" I pressed. "Is there something special about it?" She gave me a strange look. "That used to be her room before they renovated." "You stayed in there?" I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. "You're braver than me," she said, then turned and walked toward the cabin. We drove home in silence, Mike occasionally reaching over to squeeze my hand. I know he didn't believe what happened. Not really. He thinks I had some kind of sleep-deprived hallucination. Maybe he's right, but I know what I heard. That little girl is still there in that cabin, crying in the darkness, calling for someone who will never answer. And sometimes, when our house gets too quiet at night, I turn on the TV just to be safe. I don't know why she chose to make herself known to me and the other women in my family. I don't know what she wanted from us. All I know is that I'm never going back to Helen, Georgia, and especially not to that cabin where the walls seem to hold more than just wooden beams and insulation. They hold the sounds of a child who's been crying for decades, waiting for someone to finally hear her. Story 15. I've never told this story to anyone outside my close circle. Even now, typing this out, I can feel my hands shaking slightly. But after seeing so many of you share your experiences, I feel like maybe someone here might understand what happened to me that night. I've always been what my grandmother called sensitive. Since I was a child, I could sense things others couldn't. Feelings in certain rooms, knowing when someone had died before getting the phone call, seeing things from the corner of my eye. My family has a long history of this kind of sensitivity. We don't make a big deal about it. It's just how some of us are wired. About 7 months ago, I was living in my old trailer home just outside Salem, Massachusetts. It's not much, but it's been home for 5 years now. My partner Jamie and I had fixed it up as best we could. String lights around the living room, plants everywhere, blankets and pillows to make it cozy. Jamie has always been protective of our space and regularly cleanses the trailer with sage and places small protection symbols by the doors and windows. Not witchcraft exactly, just old family traditions passed down through generations. That particular evening in late January was bitterly cold. Jamie was working a night shift at the hospital, so I was alone with our cat, Pepper. It was around 9:30 at night, and I was curled up in my old blue recliner watching some forgettable crime show wrapped in my grandmother's quilt. Pepper was acting strange, staring intensely at the corner of the room where the shadows seemed unusually deep. I felt it before I saw anything. That familiar prickle at the back of my neck, the sudden drop in temperature that made me pull the quilt tighter. The shadows in the corner seemed to deepen, becoming denser than they should be. At first, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, the way shadows sometimes do in dim light. But then the shadows moved. Not like when a cloud passes over the sun or someone walks in front of a light. They moved with purpose, with intention. I sat completely still, my body rigid with fear, as I watched what looked like tendrils of darkness begin to stretch across the wall. They weren't solid, more like smoke that had somehow gained sentience, flowing and curling through the air. They reminded me of those shadow monsters from that video game my nephew plays. The Darkness, I think it's called. Jamie's nephew had shown it to me once, and I remember feeling uncomfortable with how accurately it portrayed what shadow entities actually look like when they manifest. The tendrils reached about halfway across the wall before changing direction, toward me. I couldn't move. My breath caught in my throat as I watched them creep closer, sliding across the ceiling now, stretching down toward where I sat. Here's where it gets weird. As the shadow tendrils reached for me, something extraordinary happened. The small lamp next to my chair cast my own shadow against the wall, and as I watched in disbelief, my shadow changed. It darkened, deepened, and then, I swear this happened, tendrils began to rise from my own shadow. These new tendrils were different somehow. They didn't feel threatening. They felt like me, extensions of myself. They rose up between me and the approaching shadow, and when the two forces met, there was no sound. But I felt it, like pressure in my ears and a vibration in my chest. My shadow tendrils struck at the attacking entity with what I can only describe as fierce protectiveness. They lashed and coiled around the intruding darkness, seeming to absorb it or tear it apart. I couldn't tell which. The attacking tendrils recoiled, retreating back to the corner. But my shadow kept advancing, driving them further back until they dissipated entirely. The whole encounter lasted maybe 30 seconds, but it felt like hours. When it was over, I sat there shaking, tears streaming down my face without me even realizing I was crying. Pepper had hidden under the couch. The room felt normal again, just my shabby trailer with its worn furniture and dim lighting. I called Jamie immediately, but tried to sound casual about asking when they'd be home. I didn't want to freak them out while they were working. I spent the next 3 hours sitting in that same chair, afraid to move, with every light in the trailer turned on. When Jamie got home around 1 in the morning, I broke down and told them everything. Jamie didn't dismiss me or act like I was crazy. Instead, they nodded and said, "Something found a way in, but you found a way to fight back." The next day, Jamie reinforced all the wards around our home and called their sister for advice. She's more knowledgeable about these things than either of us. She explained that not all darkness is malevolent. Sometimes darkness protects us from things that would do us harm. "Think about it," she said. "We sleep better in total darkness. Seeds grow in dark soil. Some things need the dark to thrive and protect themselves." This wasn't my first paranormal experience. I've seen apparitions before, once the full figure of an old woman standing at the foot of my bed when I was 16, and countless shadow people throughout my life. I've experienced sleep paralysis, where something sat on my chest, making it impossible to breathe. I've had dreams that came true days later. I've felt hands on my shoulders, warning me not to go down certain streets or enter certain buildings. But this was different. This time, whatever sensitivity I have didn't just let me perceive something supernatural. It somehow defended me. Since that night, I've done research trying to find similar experiences. The closest I've found are accounts of people who practice some forms of energy work or shamanism who describe protective shadow entities or spirit guardians. But nothing quite matches what I experienced, the way my own shadow responded to the threat. I've had no recurrence of the attacking shadow tendrils, but I've become aware that my own shadow sometimes seems more substantial. Sometimes when I'm anxious or feel threatened, I'll notice my shadow darkening slightly, becoming more defined even in dim lighting. Once, when a man followed me too closely in a parking lot, I swear I saw my shadow ripple slightly on the ground, and the man suddenly turned and walked in another direction. Jamie thinks my sensitivity has evolved somehow. That maybe the years of living with someone who actively protects our space spiritually has changed how my own energy works. Their sister wants to do a tarot reading for me, but I've been hesitant. Part of me doesn't want to know more. What if understanding it changes it somehow, makes it go away when I might need it? Every night before bed now, I take a moment to acknowledge whatever this is. I don't pray exactly, but I express gratitude for the protection. I visualize a barrier of safety around myself and our home. Jamie continues to maintain the wards around our trailer, but now I participate in the rituals too. The experience has fundamentally changed how I view darkness. We're taught to fear it, to turn on lights and dispel shadows. But what if some darkness is protective? What if, like the shadow tendrils that defended me, some darkness exists specifically to shield us from dangers we can't even comprehend? I still get goosebumps thinking about that night. The image of those tendrils stretching across my wall is burned into my memory. But unlike other paranormal experiences that have left me terrified, this one has given me an odd sense of comfort. For the first time, I feel like my sensitivity isn't just about perceiving the supernatural. It might actually be protecting me from it. I don't know if anyone else has experienced anything similar. I'm not even sure what to call what happened. All I know is that something tried to attack me from the shadows that night, and something else, something connected to me, fought back. I still live in the same trailer. I still sit in that same recliner most evenings, but now I pay more attention to my shadow. Sometimes, when the light hits just right and my shadow stretches across the floor, I whisper a quiet "thank you," just in case whatever part of me that reached out that night can hear me. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Am I completely alone in this? I've spent my whole life feeling different because of my sensitivity, but this experience has made me feel even more isolated. Even in communities like this one, where people share their paranormal experiences, I've never seen anyone describe shadow tendrils that protected rather than harmed. I don't know what it means or if it will happen again. All I know is that something dark saved me from something darker, and I'm still trying to make sense of it all. Story 16. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm a practical person. I joined the army because I wanted structure, discipline, and a clear path forward in life. But what happened to me 3 months ago at Fort Bliss has completely shaken that foundation. I still don't know what to make of it, and I find myself lying awake some nights, afraid to fall asleep. I was stationed at Fort Bliss in El Paso for about 8 months when it happened. It was a Sunday night in February. Nothing special about the day. The weather had been decent, typical El Paso, dry and mild. I remember being tired from a weekend where a few of us had gone hiking in the Franklin Mountains. Nothing crazy, just enough to feel it in my legs the next day. Our barracks weren't ancient or anything that would make you think haunted. They were built around 12 years ago, modern concrete structures with all the basic amenities. 2 soldiers to a room, shared bathroom, the standard setup. My roommate had gone home on leave to visit family in Ohio, so I had the place to myself for a few days. That Sunday night, I decided to turn in early around 9:30. Monday morning PT starts at 05:30, and our platoon sergeant had been on our asses about being sharp for the new training cycle, I remember brushing my teeth, setting my alarm, and checking that my PT uniform was laid out for the morning. Normal routine stuff. I even remember feeling good about getting to bed at a decent hour for once. I fell asleep quickly. The barracks were quieter than usual. Lots of guys were still out since it was the weekend. I don't usually remember my dreams, but this one was vivid in a weird way. I dreamed I was sitting outside somewhere on base, and these pigeons kept landing on my head. Not all at once, but one at a time. They would land, peck lightly at my scalp, not painful, just enough to feel it, and then fly away. Another would land, peck, and fly away. It wasn't scary, just strange. I counted each bird in my dream. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 10. After the 10th pigeon pecked at my head and flew off, something changed. I felt something on my head, but it wasn't a pigeon anymore, it was fingers. 5 distinct human fingers resting lightly on top of my head, like when someone's about to palm a basketball. I could feel each fingertip pressing gently against my scalp. This is where it gets really messed up. I wasn't dreaming anymore. I was awake. My eyes were still closed, but I was conscious enough to know this was real. The fingers were real. They were cool to the touch, not cold like ice, but definitely cooler than body temperature. They weren't pressing hard, just resting there with enough pressure to know someone or something was touching me. For a second, I was completely paralyzed with fear. You know that feeling when your brain is screaming at your body to move, but nothing happens? That was me. I couldn't even open my eyes at first. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. When I finally managed to open my eyes, I felt the fingers quickly swipe across my scalp like they were being pulled away in a hurry. I felt them drag across my hair. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't sleep paralysis. It wasn't my hair moving in the AC draft. It was 5 distinct fingers that touched me and then swiped away when I woke up. I jumped out of bed so fast I almost tripped over my boots. I slammed my hand against the light switch and stood there, breathing hard, looking around the empty room. The clock said 12:17 a.m. I'd been asleep for less than 3 hours. The room looked completely normal. My roommate's empty bed was still made tight with hospital corners. The bathroom door was open just as I'd left it. The window was closed and locked from the inside. Everything was exactly where it should be, but I felt watched. I checked under both beds. I opened the wall locker and pushed aside the uniforms. I checked the small closet where we kept our gear. I even looked behind the curtains and inside the bathroom, pulling back the shower curtain like in some horror movie. Nothing. Nobody. I was completely alone in that room. I sat on the edge of my bed for maybe 20 minutes, just listening. The barracks had their usual nighttime sounds, distant voices, someone's music playing faintly, the hum of the AC system, but nothing out of place, nothing to explain what had just happened. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a weird crossing of dream and reality. Maybe I was still half asleep and my brain confused the sensation of my hair moving with fingers. But I've had my hair move before, when bugs crawl across your head or when there's static electricity. This was completely different. This was 5 individual fingertips, spaced exactly like a human hand, pressing gently on my scalp and then dragging across as they pulled away. I didn't go back to sleep that night. I turned on every light in the room, put on a podcast, and sat up against the wall on my bed until morning PT. I must have checked the time every 15 minutes. I even contemplated going to knock on my buddy Mike's door down the hall, but I didn't want to be that guy who wakes people up because he had a bad dream. Except it wasn't just a dream. At breakfast the next morning, I must have looked like hell because my squad leader asked if I was sick. I just told him I hadn't slept well. I didn't tell anyone what happened. What was I supposed to say? Hey, I think a ghost touched my head last night. In the army, I'd never hear the end of it. That day I was a zombie going through the motions. After final formation, I went back to the barracks with this sense of dread in my stomach. I didn't want to be in that room again, especially not alone. I ended up hanging out in the day room until almost midnight, watching TV with a couple of guys from another platoon. When I finally had to go back to my room, I left the bathroom light on and the door cracked. Childish, I know, but I couldn't help it. I laid in bed staring at the ceiling for hours before exhaustion finally took over. Nothing happened the second night, or the third. By the time my roommate came back the following weekend, I'd almost convinced myself it was just some weird sleep phenomenon. But here's the thing. I know what I felt. Those were fingers, human fingers, and there was nobody in that room with me. A few weeks later, I got up the nerve to ask some of the guys who'd been at Bliss longer if they'd ever heard stories about the barracks. Most of them just laughed it off, but this one E5 who's been there for years got real quiet. He asked which building I was in, and when I told him, he nodded like he wasn't surprised. That whole area used to be something else before they built those barracks, he said. Don't know exactly what, but my old platoon sergeant said they found all kinds of weird stuff when they were breaking ground. He wouldn't elaborate, just changed the subject and walked away, like he'd already said too much. I've tried researching the history of that part of Fort Bliss, but there's not much online. El Paso has a long history, and the fort has been there since the 1800s. Who knows what was on that land before they built our barracks? I've had 3 more incidents since then, all following the same pattern. The dream about birds pecking my head, then waking to feel fingers touching me. Each time I wake up faster, each time the fingers disappear more quickly. The last time, about 2 weeks ago, I swear I caught a glimpse of something dark moving across the ceiling when I opened my eyes, but it was gone before I could focus on it. My roommate hasn't experienced anything, and I haven't told him. He'd think I was crazy or playing some elaborate prank. Sometimes I wish it was just a prank, that I'd find out someone was messing with me all along, but deep down, I know better. Something is in those barracks, something that watches me sleep and reaches out to touch me when I'm vulnerable, something that retreats when I become fully conscious. I've got orders to PCS in 3 months. I can't wait to leave this place behind, but I'm terrified that whatever this is might not be attached to the barracks at all. What if it's attached to me now? What if it follows me to my next duty station? I don't know what to do. I don't know who to tell. All I know is that when I close my eyes at night, I'm afraid I'll feel those fingers on my head again. 5 cool, distinct fingertips pressing gently on my scalp, waiting for me to wake up and discover I'm not alone. Story 17. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family, but it's been almost 10 years now, and I still think about it all the time. I'm not really into paranormal stuff. I was always the skeptical one who rolled my eyes at ghost stories, but what happened when my dad died changed everything I thought I knew about life and death. My dad, Alexander, battled cirrhosis for 8 long years. By the end, his liver was completely shot, and his kidneys had started failing too. The doctors had done everything they could, but by July 2013, we knew it was just a matter of time. We set up hospice care at our family home in Oak Ridge so he could be comfortable in his final days. Dad had always been this larger-than-life personality, a contractor who built half the decks in our neighborhood, always telling jokes, always the center of attention at family gatherings. Seeing him wither away in that hospital bed in our living room was gut-wrenching. The worst part was those final few days when he couldn't even speak anymore. He'd just look at us with these tired eyes, trying to communicate something, but unable to get the words out before he slipped into his final coma. The night he died started like any other night that terrible week. My mum and I were taking shifts sitting with him. Around 9 in the evening, I was in the kitchen making coffee when I heard this weird electronic sound coming from the living room. Not from where Dad was, but from the entertainment center across the room. My dad had this old stereo system he'd bought back in the 90s. It was nothing special, but he loved that thing. Whenever you turned it on, it would flash hello on its digital display and goodbye when you shut it off. Kind of gimmicky, but Dad got a kick out of it. The thing is, we hadn't used that stereo in months, and I knew for a fact it wasn't even plugged in. But there it was, the display flashing goodbye over and over again. Not hello, just goodbye, like it was stuck in some weird loop. I stood there frozen with the coffee pot in my hand, watching this unplugged stereo flashing goodbye repeatedly. I put down the coffee and walked over to check if someone had plugged it in, but nope. The cord was coiled up behind the entertainment center, nowhere near an outlet. As I was crouched there staring at the unplugged cord, the flashing suddenly stopped. That's when I noticed the glass hands next to the stereo were lighting up too. These were just cheap decorative things my dad had picked up at some garage sale. Small glass hands that would cycle through different colors when you put batteries in them. But the batteries had died ages ago, and no one had bothered to replace them. But now they were flashing colors like crazy. Red, blue, green, purple, cycling through them faster than they ever had when they actually worked. I reached out to flip the switch on the bottom to turn them off, but it wouldn't budge. It was like it was stuck or glued in place. I remember my fingers were shaking as I tried to force that tiny switch to move. I ran back to my dad's room, half expecting him to be sitting up in bed or something, but he was just lying there, same as before. My mum was sitting beside him, holding his hand. She looked up at me and just shook her head. "He's still with us," she whispered. About 20 minutes later, the hospice nurse came in to check his vitals and told us it wouldn't be long now. We sat there holding his hands as his breathing got more and more labored. At 11:47 that night, he took his last breath. I know the exact time because I was staring at the clock on the wall, willing time to stop. The moment after the nurse confirmed he was gone, the entire house went completely silent. That deep, heavy silence that feels like it has weight to it. Then every single light in the house flickered, not just dimmed, but went completely out for maybe 2 seconds before coming back on. The nurse made some comment about power surges being common in our neighborhood, but we'd lived there for 18 years and never had issues like that. When I went back to the living room afterward, the stereo display was dark and those glass hands were completely still. I tried the switch again and it moved easily, clicking into the off position like normal. Whatever had happened was over. The next few days were a blur of funeral arrangements, phone calls and casseroles from neighbors. My mum was barely holding it together, so I handled most of the memorial service planning. We decided to have a small gathering at the house after the funeral, just close family and friends. The memorial service was on a Saturday, 3 days after he died. It was a nice ceremony, I guess, as nice as these things can be. People said all the right things about what a great guy my dad was. I sat there feeling numb, just going through the motions. After everyone left the service, we came back to the house for the reception. I was in the backyard setting up some extra chairs when it happened. I felt someone grab the back of my jacket collar. Not just a light touch, but a hard grab, like they were trying to get my attention urgently. They shook me by the collar hard enough that I actually stumbled backward a step. I spun around, expecting to see my uncle or one of my cousins, but there was absolutely nobody there. The yard was completely empty. I stood there with my heart pounding, looking in every direction. The back door was closed, and the nearest person was my aunt, visible through the kitchen window, at least 30 feet away. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't my jacket catching on something. Someone or something had physically grabbed me and shaken me. I could still feel the pressure of fingers on my neck. I didn't tell anyone right then because I thought they'd think I was losing it from grief or lack of sleep. But the weirdest thing, the thing I still can't explain, happened during the funeral procession the next day. We were in the limousine following the hearse to the cemetery. I was sitting with my 3 cousins, and we were sharing memories about my dad. I was telling them about this fishing trip we took when I was 12, when I felt this sharp jab in my right side, like someone had poked me hard with their finger. I looked over, but there was nobody sitting on that side of me. I was at the end of the seat, with the window to my right. I must have made a weird face because my cousin Melissa, who was sitting across from me, got this strange look on her face. What? I asked her. She hesitated, then said, I didn't want to spook you, but I just saw a white hand on your shoulder, like right before you jumped. I felt this cold wave wash over me. What do you mean, a white hand? I don't know, she said, looking uncomfortable. It was just there for a second, like a pale hand on your right shoulder. Then you flinched like something poked you. Nobody else in the car had seen it, and Melissa isn't the type to make up stories. She's actually pretty practical, works as an accountant, not someone who goes looking for supernatural explanations. The fact that she saw something at the exact moment I felt that jab, it made the hair on my arms stand up. After the burial, things calmed down. No more unexplainable events, no more ghostly touches. Life gradually returned to its new normal, a normal without my dad in it. My mom eventually packed up his things, and I helped her reorganize the house. We donated his stereo system and those glass hands to Goodwill. I sometimes wonder if whoever bought them experienced anything strange. It's been almost 10 years now, and I've had a lot of time to think about what happened. I'm still not sure what I believe about the afterlife, but I do believe my dad was trying to say goodbye. He'd always been a man of few words, but he never left without saying goodbye. Not after a visit, not after a phone call, not ever. It killed him that in those final days, he couldn't speak to us anymore. I think that's why the stereo kept flashing goodbye. It was his way of telling us he was leaving. The glass hands lighting up, the grab in the backyard, the poke in the limo. They were all his attempts to make contact, to let us know he was still there in some way, at least for those few days. Some people might say it was all coincidence, or that grief was making me imagine things. But they can't explain how an unplugged stereo could flash messages, or how my cousin saw a hand that wasn't there. They can't explain the force I felt grabbing my jacket collar when nobody was around. The rational part of my brain still struggles with it all. But another part of me finds comfort in those strange events. My dad couldn't say goodbye before he died, so he found another way to do it afterward. I still think about him every day. Sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment, I'll feel a sudden cold spot or hear an unexplainable noise, and I wonder if it's him checking in. I don't know if I'll ever experience anything like those few days again, but I no longer dismiss other people's stories of the paranormal. There are things that happen that we just can't explain, connections that exist beyond what we can see or touch. All I know is that something extraordinary happened when my dad died, and it changed me forever. Whatever exists beyond this life, I'm certain it's not nothing, and sometimes, if the connection was strong enough in life, it finds a way to bridge the gap, even if just for a moment, to say one last goodbye. Duty. Story 18. Acedo, I never thought I'd be sharing this online. I'm not exactly the type to post about my life, but I need some answers, or at least to know if anyone else has experienced anything similar. For as long as I can remember, I've seen these colored orbs in my vision. They're like little floating blobs that change color, mostly blues, greens, and purples. Growing up, I just assumed everyone saw them. When I finally described them to my mom as a kid, she immediately took me to an eye doctor who basically shrugged it off as visual snow or maybe early signs of migraine auras. Nothing to worry about, apparently. That explanation made sense for years. I just lived with these little colored spots dancing across my vision occasionally, especially when I was tired or stressed. No big deal, right? Then when I was 17, everything changed. I was in a car accident, not going to get into all the details, but I ended up with a pretty serious spinal cord injury and some brain trauma. The recovery was brutal. Months of physical therapy, cognitive tests, the works. After I recovered, as much as you can recover from something like that, the orbs were still there, but they started changing. They'd get more intense during periods of high stress. When my grandmother died 2 years after my accident, they turned into these weird swirling vortexes that would appear in my peripheral vision. During panic attacks, they'd pulse and throb. During migraines, they'd stretch into lines that cut across my field of view. Every doctor I saw just kept saying it was related to my brain injury or maybe a type of visual migraine. They'd give me that look, you know the one, where they're wondering if you're making it up for attention. So eventually, I stopped bringing it up. I just accepted that this was my reality now. Fast forward to a few months ago. I've been living in this small one-bedroom apartment for about 2 years. It's nothing special, just your standard apartment with a tiny kitchen that opens to a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. The walls are that typical off-white rental color that never quite looks clean no matter how much you scrub. I was making dinner one night, just heating up some leftover pasta, when I noticed something different near my refrigerator. At first, I thought it was steam from the microwave, but my microwave was across the kitchen. This was different. It looked like a fog or a mist, but it was contained in one spot, about the size of a person. It didn't spread out like fog should. It just stayed there. Translucent enough that I could see the fridge through it, but definitely visible. I blinked hard a few times, thinking it was just another one of my visual anomalies acting up. But this was nothing like the colored orbs or lines. This had substance, volume. It seemed to exist in the room with me, not just in my vision. I walked closer and it didn't move or change. I walked around it, viewing it from different angles, and it remained consistent, like a three-dimensional object actually standing in my kitchen. When I closed my eyes tight and reopened them, it was still there. After about 5 minutes, it just faded away. I was freaked out but tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some weird light reflection. Maybe my brain injury was causing new visual hallucinations. I didn't tell anyone. What would I even say? 3 days later, I saw it again, this time by my front door as I was leaving for work. The same foggy, translucent figure, just standing there. No features, no clear outline of a person, just a vaguely human-sized cloud. I actually reached out to touch it this time, but my hand passed right through. There was no temperature change, no resistance, nothing physical at all. I was already running late for work, so I just walked through it and left, trying to push it out of my mind. That night was the first time it appeared in my bedroom. I woke up around 3 in the morning with that feeling that someone was watching me. When I opened my eyes, the figure was there at the foot of my bed. In the darkness, it looked different, darker, more defined somehow. It didn't move toward me or make any noise, it just hovered there. I should have been terrified. I mean, I was scared, but not in the way you'd expect. There was no sense of malevolence coming from it. It didn't feel threatening. It just felt curious, if that makes any sense. I watched it for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes or so, until it gradually faded away. I didn't sleep much after that. Over the next few weeks, the appearances became more frequent. Sometimes it would be in the corner of my living room while I watched TV. Sometimes it would be in the hallway when I went to the bathroom at night. Once, I even saw it in the bathroom mirror, standing behind me while I brushed my teeth. That time I did scream, but when I turned around, nothing was there, though I could still see it in the mirror. I started keeping track of the appearances in a journal, trying to find patterns. Time of day, what I was doing, how I was feeling, weather, anything that might explain what was happening, but there was no consistency I could find. The strangest part was that I never felt afraid of it, exactly. Unsettled, yes. Confused, absolutely, but not terrified. It never tried to approach me or interact with me in any way. It just observed. I still hadn't told anyone about what was happening. How could I? Hey, by the way, there's a foggy person-shaped thing living in my apartment now. Yeah, that would go over well. But then my friend Mike came over to help me set up a new TV stand. I hadn't seen the figure all day, and honestly, having someone else in the apartment made me feel more normal than I had in weeks. We were finishing up when Mike said he needed to get going. As he walked toward the front door, I saw it. The foggy figure moved from the kitchen toward him. I froze, watching. This was the first time I'd seen it move with purpose, heading directly towards someone. Mike walked right through it, completely unaware. But the moment he passed through, he stopped suddenly and wrapped his arms around himself. "Whoa," he said. "Did you feel that? Sudden chill. Your AC must be blasting or something." My blood ran cold. He couldn't see it, but he felt it. This wasn't just in my head, this was real. After Mike left, I sat on my couch staring at the spot where the figure had been. It was gone now, but knowing that someone else had experienced something, even just a temperature change, changed everything. This wasn't just another symptom of my brain injury, this was something else. That night, the figure appeared again in my bedroom. This time, I tried talking to it. "Who are you?" I asked, feeling ridiculous speaking to an empty room. "What do you want?" No response, of course, just that same foggy, shapeless form. "Are you trying to tell me something? Are you stuck here?" Still nothing. But it stayed longer than usual, almost until sunrise. The next day, something changed. I didn't see the figure at all. At first, I was relieved. Maybe whatever it was had moved on. But throughout the day, I kept getting the sensation of being watched. The hairs on my arms would stand up for no reason. I'd feel cold spots walking through my apartment, and then the smells started. I'd catch whiffs of perfume, a sweet, floral scent I didn't recognize. Sometimes it would be other smells, old-fashioned shoe polish, the distinct smell of the beach with salt and seaweed, musty books, all smells that had no business being in my apartment. My cat Pepper started acting weird too. She'd always been pretty chill, but now she would sometimes stop and stare intently at empty spaces, particularly near the front door where I'd often seen the figure. Her eyes would follow something I couldn't see, and sometimes her fur would puff up, though she never seemed frightened, just alert. One night, about 2 weeks after the figure had stopped being visible, I was watching TV when Pepper suddenly jumped up from her nap and stared fixedly at the space between me and the television. Her head moved slightly, as if tracking something moving toward me. I felt that familiar cold sensation wash over me, and then the smell of that same perfume filled the air. "I know you're here," I said quietly. "I can't see you anymore, but I know you're still here." The cold intensified for a moment, and then retreated. Pepper continued staring for a few more seconds, then went back to sleep as if nothing had happened. That's been my life for the past few months. I don't see the foggy figure anymore, but I know it's still here. Sometimes objects in my apartment are moved slightly from where I left them. The smell of perfume or the beach comes and goes. Pepper still has her moments of intense focus on empty air. I've researched everything I can about ghosts, spirits, visual hallucinations, everything. Nothing quite matches what I've experienced. The doctors still insist it's related to my brain injury, but they can't explain the smells, or why Mike felt that chill, or why Pepper can clearly see something I can't anymore. I'm not afraid of whatever, whoever this is. But I want to understand, is it a ghost? Some kind of energy, a dimensional overlap? Am I somehow seeing something that's always been there but most people can't perceive? Whatever it is, it seems content to just exist alongside me in this small apartment, watching, waiting. For what? I don't know. I still catch myself talking to it sometimes, asking questions that never get answers. The only response I ever get is that occasional cold spot or a fleeting smell. And sometimes, late at night when I'm almost asleep, I swear I can feel the weight of someone sitting on the edge of my bed. Just sitting there, keeping me company. Story 19. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. It's been 2 years since that night at my grandparents' place in Willowbrook, but I haven't been able to shake what happened. I've tried telling a few friends, but they just think I'm making it up or exaggerating. I'm not. I wish I was. For context, my grandparents own this huge old property on the edge of town. It's got like 3 acres of land, with all these trees, an old shed, a swing set from when we were little, and even this abandoned RV my grandpa bought years ago but never got around to fixing up. Every Sunday night, our whole family would get together there for dinner, My parents, my siblings, my aunt and uncle, and all 5 cousins. After dinner, us kids would usually end up playing flashlight hide and seek. It started as just something to do, but it quickly became our thing. My grandparents' property was perfect for it. Tons of hiding spots, dark enough to be challenging but not dangerous, and far enough from neighbors that we could yell and run around without bothering anyone. The rules were pretty simple. One person would be the seeker with the flashlight. They'd count to 60 while everyone else hid somewhere on the property. When the seeker found someone, they'd shine the light on them and call out their name. If they got the name right, the person had to go sit on the porch until the game ended. If they got it wrong, the person could run off and hide again. Last person found became the next seeker. That Sunday in October started like any other. We had dinner around 5:30, my grandma's lasagna, which everyone loves. My cousin Tyler, who's only 9, was being his usual annoying self, complaining about having to eat his vegetables before he could have dessert. My brother Marcus was talking about some science project he was working on for school, and my sister Emma was showing everyone pictures from her dance recital. After dinner, us kids helped clear the table, and then my dad suggested we go outside to burn off some energy before it got too late. It was already getting dark by then, around 7 or so. The weather was perfect for hide and seek, cool but not cold, with this thin layer of fog starting to form along the ground. There were 8 of us playing that night: me, Jessica, my brother Marcus, 16, my sister Emma, 12, and my cousins Tyler, 9, Aidan, 13, Lily, 14, Max, 15, and Zoe, 10. I was chosen as the seeker first, which I didn't mind. I actually liked seeking. Gave me a sense of control, you know. I stood on the porch, closed my eyes, and counted to 60 while everyone scattered. I could hear their footsteps crunching through the fallen leaves and their hushed giggles as they searched for hiding spots. When I reached 60, I called out, "Ready or not, here I come," and switched on the flashlight. The yard was pitch black, except for where my flashlight beam cut through the darkness. The fog had gotten thicker, swirling around my ankles as I moved across the lawn. It was eerily quiet, just the sound of crickets and the occasional distant car passing on the main road. I decided to check the swing set area first, since it was close to the house. As I approached, I saw a shadow move behind one of the supports. I shined my light and caught Aidan trying to sneak around to the other side. "Got you, Aidan!" I called out. He groaned, but headed back to the porch as instructed. 1 down, 7 to go. I continued searching, finding Zoe hiding behind my grandpa's truck and Max crouched behind a large flower pot. 3 down, 5 to go. About 20 minutes in, I was getting frustrated. I'd searched all the obvious spots, but still hadn't found Marcus, Emma, Tyler, or Lily. I decided to head toward the back of the property where the old RV was parked. As I was walking past the swing set again, I noticed movement in the large pricker bush that separated the 2 sides. No one ever hid in that bush. It was full of thorns that would tear up your clothes and skin, but I clearly saw something move in there. I pointed my flashlight at the bush and called out, "Tyler, is that you?" No response. "Tyler, I know you're in there. Come out." Still nothing. I moved closer, thinking it might be a raccoon or something. That's when I noticed Marcus hiding on one side of the swing set and Emma on the other, both perfectly still and clearly thinking they hadn't been spotted yet. Confused, I looked back at the pricker bush. Something was definitely in there. "Lily?" I called out, thinking maybe she'd gotten desperate and decided to brave the thorns, and that's when it happened. Marcus stood up, thinking I'd found him. Emma did the same on the other side, but something else stood up too, right in the middle of the pricker bush. At first I thought it was Tyler. It was about his height, maybe 4 feet tall, but as I focused my flashlight on it, I realized this wasn't Tyler. It wasn't any of my cousins. It wasn't anyone I knew. The figure was child-sized, but wrong somehow. It looked sort of translucent, like I could almost see through it to the branches behind, and I couldn't make out any arms or eyes, just this shadowy outline of a small person standing completely still in the middle of the thorniest bush on the property. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure didn't respond. It didn't move. It just stood there. I was so shocked that I dropped my flashlight. It fell into the edge of the pricker bush, the beam pointing off into random darkness. When I finally managed to grab it and point it back at the bush, the figure was gone. But here's the thing, nothing in that bush moved, not a single branch swayed or thorn rustled. Whatever had been standing there had disappeared without disturbing anything around it. Marcus and Emma ran over to me, asking what was wrong. I was shaking so bad I could barely speak. "Did you see that?" I finally managed to ask. "See what?" Marcus asked, looking concerned. "In the bush. There was someone in there." Emma looked at the pricker bush skeptically. "No way, Jess. Nobody would hide in there. You'd get torn to shreds." "I know that," I snapped. "But I saw someone, something standing right there." They both looked at me like I was losing it. I started to doubt myself. Maybe it was just shadows playing tricks on me. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. We rounded up the rest of the kids. Tyler had been hiding in the shed, and Lily was under the porch steps, and I didn't mention what I'd seen. I didn't want everyone thinking I was crazy. The next Sunday, I was determined to prove I wasn't imagining things. When it was time for hide and seek, I volunteered to be seeker again. No one objected. They were all too busy planning their hiding spots. This time, I went straight to the pricker bush after counting. Nothing. I searched the entire property, finding everyone in normal hiding places, no mysterious figures, no unexplained shadows. I started to think maybe I had imagined it after all, until 2 weeks later. This time, my cousin Lily was the seeker. I hid in my usual spot behind the tool shed. As I was crouching there, I heard Lily's voice from the other side of the yard, sounding confused and scared. "Hello? Who's that? That's not funny, guys." I peeked around the corner and saw her pointing her flashlight at the old RV, specifically at one of the small side windows that was partially open, a space no bigger than a shoebox. There was no way any of us could fit through there. I watched as Lily approached the RV cautiously. Then she suddenly dropped her flashlight and ran screaming toward the house. We all came out of our hiding spots and rushed to her. She was hysterical, saying she'd seen a face in the RV window, a face that didn't have any features, just a blank outline. That's when I told everyone what I'd seen in the pricker bush. At first, the older kids were skeptical. But then Tyler, my 9-year-old cousin who never takes anything seriously, got really quiet and said, "I've seen it too, standing under the shed where there's only like a foot of space." After that night, the game changed. We still played flashlight hide and seek, but now there was this unspoken awareness that we weren't the only ones playing. Sometimes whoever was seeking would call out, "I see you," and multiple people would stand up from different hiding spots, including one that wasn't one of us. My uncle thought we were making it up, so one night he volunteered to be seeker. He laughed the whole time he was counting, making jokes about catching the ghost player. He stopped laughing when he shined his light on the abandoned RV and saw what he described as a child-sized shadow standing on the roof, a place none of us could have climbed to without a ladder. Over the next few months, more than 20 people saw this thing. Sometimes it would appear in the pricker bush, sometimes in the tiny gap under the shed. Once, my aunt saw it balanced on top of the swing set frame, standing perfectly still on a bar that couldn't have been more than an inch wide. The weirdest part, it seemed to be following the rules of our game. When it was found, it would just stand up, as if acknowledging it had been caught. Then it would disappear, not run away, not hide again, just vanish. Last October, we were playing what would turn out to be our final game. I was hiding near the old oak tree when I heard my cousin Max, who was seeking, suddenly go quiet. The flashlight beam was pointed at the ground, not moving. I crept closer and saw Max staring at something I couldn't see. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice shaking. "What do you want?" There was no response that I could hear. Max took a step backward, then another. "Guys," he called out, his voice cracking. "Game's over. Everyone back to the house, now." We all gathered on the porch, and Max was as pale as I've ever seen him. He said the figure had been standing right in front of him, close enough to touch, and for the first time, it hadn't just stood still when found. It had reached toward him, or at least it looked like it was reaching, even though Max swore it didn't have arms. That was the last time we played flashlight hide and seek at my grandparents' house. My parents said we were just scaring ourselves, that it was mass hysteria or something, but they didn't see what we saw. I still visit my grandparents every Sunday for dinner, but I never go out into the yard after dark anymore. None of us do, because we all know that whatever was playing with us is still out there, hiding, waiting for someone to seek. Sometimes, when I'm sitting in the living room, I'll glance out the window and swear I see a small figure standing at the edge of the property, as if waiting for the game to begin again. And sometimes, I think I hear a voice carrying on the wind, calling out names that don't belong to anyone in our family. Story 20. I still get choked up thinking about this. It happened back when I was 9 years old, during the summer of 2007. We had just moved into this completely normal-looking house in Oakwood Heights. Nothing special about it at all. Just a basic 3-bedroom ranch at the corner of Maple and Wilson, where all the school buses would turn. The kind of house you'd drive past 1,000 times and never look twice at. My bedroom was at the end of the hallway, and it had this massive built-in closet with mirrored sliding doors that covered the entire wall opposite my bunk bed. I remember my mum thought it was great because it made the room look bigger, but honestly, I just thought it was cool to make funny faces at myself from bed. The first night it happened was about 3 weeks after we moved in. I remember it was a Tuesday because I'd had soccer practice earlier and was completely wiped out. I fell asleep immediately after my mum tucked me in around 9 o'clock. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. Not startled or anything, just opened my eyes like you do sometimes. The digital clock on my nightstand showed 3:17 in the morning. The weird thing was, I wasn't scared or confused. I just felt awake, alert, like someone had gently tapped me on the shoulder. That's when I saw her. She was standing in the middle of my room, directly between my bed and the mirrored closet. Her back was to me, and she was just standing there, completely still, staring into the mirror. She was wearing this long white wedding dress that pooled around her feet on the floor. I couldn't see her face, just the back of her head with dark hair cascading down over the white dress. The strangest part? I wasn't scared, not even a little bit. I should have been terrified. I mean, there was a strange woman standing in my bedroom in the middle of the night. But instead, I just felt curious, peaceful even. I remember pinching my arm hard, thinking I must be dreaming. But nope, I was wide awake. I watched her for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few minutes. She never moved, never turned around, just stood there staring into the mirror. Eventually, my eyes got heavy again, and I fell back asleep. When I woke up the next morning, she was gone. I convinced myself it had been a dream and went about my day like normal. But then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always the same routine. I'd wake up naturally around 3 in the morning to find her standing there in her wedding dress, staring silently into the mirror, never moving, never acknowledging me. After about 5 minutes, I'd get sleepy again and drift off. By morning, she was always gone. After a week of this, I finally got up the courage to tell my mom. We were eating breakfast, Cheerios, I remember, and I just blurted it out between spoonfuls. "Mom, there's a lady in a wedding dress who stands in my room at night." She nearly choked on her coffee. "What did you say, Mitch?" I explained everything. How I'd wake up to find the bride staring into my mirror, how I wasn't scared, how it had been happening every night for a week. Mom got this weird look on her face, then forced a laugh. "Oh, honey, that's probably just your dad messing with you. You know how he likes his pranks. He probably set up one of those projector things." But I knew that wasn't it. Dad worked nights at the factory back then, and he was never even home during those hours. Plus, this woman looked solid, real, not like a projection or anything. That night I decided I would try to talk to her. I went to bed determined to stay calm and just ask who she was when she appeared. Sure enough, I woke up at 3:12 according to my clock, and there she was, same white dress, same position, staring into the mirror. I opened my mouth to speak, but nothing came out. It wasn't like in a nightmare where you try to scream but can't. It was different. More like I didn't need to speak, like there was an understanding between us that words would only ruin. I tried to call for my mom instead, but again, no sound would come out. The weird thing is, it didn't bother me. I wasn't panicking. It felt natural, like this was exactly how things were supposed to be. So I just watched her for those few minutes until sleep took me again. The next night, I decided to try to get a better look at her. When I woke up and saw her there, I very slowly sat up in bed, trying not to make any noise. The floorboards in our house creaked if you so much as breathed on them, but somehow she never made a sound when she appeared or left. From my new position, I could see her reflection in the mirror, but there wasn't one. The mirror showed my room perfectly, my toy chest, my bunk bed, my soccer trophies, but where her reflection should have been, there was nothing, just the empty space of my bedroom. I remember rubbing my eyes, thinking maybe I was still half asleep, but nope. She was definitely standing there in my room, but the mirror showed nothing. Again, the bizarre thing was that this discovery didn't frighten me. If anything, it made me even more curious about her. Night after night, this continued. My mom started to get annoyed when I kept bringing it up, so eventually I stopped mentioning it. It became our secret, mine and the bride's. Every night she'd visit, and every night I'd watch her for those few precious minutes before falling back asleep. Then came the 13th night. I remember because 13 was my lucky number. Yeah, I was a weird kid. I woke up at the usual time, but something was different. The bride wasn't alone anymore. Standing beside her, holding her hand, was a man in a black tuxedo. Like her, I couldn't see his face, just his back, as they both stood there facing the mirror. They were exactly the same height, their hands clasped together between them. Even with this new development, I felt no fear. If anything, seeing them together filled me with a profound sense of rightness, like puzzle pieces clicking into place. They stood perfectly still, hand in hand, staring into the mirror that showed no reflection of either of them. I watched them until my eyelids grew heavy, and I drifted back to sleep with a strange sense of contentment. The next morning, I eagerly told my mum about the man in the tuxedo joining the bride. Instead of dismissing me like usual, she got really quiet. She set down her coffee mug and looked at me with an expression I couldn't read. "Mitchell," she said, using my full name, which she only did when things were serious, "if you see them again tonight, I want you to tell me right away, okay? Even if it's the middle of the night." I agreed, though I didn't understand why she suddenly seemed concerned when she'd been brushing me off for 2 weeks, but I never got the chance to wake her. That night I woke up at 3:23 and my room was empty. No bride, no groom, just me and the silent, reflecting mirror. The next night, nothing. And the night after that. They were gone as suddenly as they had appeared. Life went on. I grew up. We moved out of that house when I was 15, and I almost forgot about the bride and groom, almost. When I was 21, home from college for Thanksgiving, I mentioned it to my mom as we were washing dishes after dinner. Just a casual, "Hey, remember that weird phase I went through where I thought I saw people in my room at night?" Mom's hands froze in the soapy water. She turned to me slowly, her face pale. I never told you this, she said quietly, but the previous owners warned us about the house when we bought it. The woman who lived there before us said it was haunted, but she wouldn't say by what. I didn't believe in that stuff back then, and the house was such a good deal. I didn't want to scare you, so I never mentioned it. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. So you think I actually saw something, for real? She dried her hands on a dish towel and leaned against the counter. About a month after you stopped seeing them, I was cleaning in the attic and found a box pushed way back in the corner. Inside was a wedding album from the 1950s, the couple who built the house. She paused. They died in a car accident on their wedding night, on the way to their honeymoon. Never even got to live in the house they built together. My throat tightened. Did you look at their pictures? Mom nodded. I did. The bride had long dark hair. The groom was exactly her height. I felt tears spring to my eyes, which was weird because I'd never felt sad about the bride and groom before. But suddenly, knowing their story, knowing they never got to live in the home they created, it broke my heart. What happened to them? I mean, why did they stop appearing? Mom smiled sadly. I don't know for sure, but I have a theory. I think they were lost, stuck. They built that house to start their life together, but they never got to live it. Maybe they needed someone to see them, to acknowledge they existed. But I never even spoke to them, I said. Maybe you didn't need to. Maybe just being seen was enough. I've looked into local history since then, trying to find out more about the couple. Their names were Robert and Eleanor Winters. They were both 23 when they died. The house was built in 1954, and they were married in September of that year. Their car went off Miller's Bridge on the way to the airport. I still don't understand why they appeared to me specifically, or why I wasn't afraid. Sometimes I wonder if they're still there in that house, appearing to some other kid. But somehow I don't think so. I think whatever kept them there was resolved during those 2 weeks they spent in my room. The strangest part of all this, every time I think about them, I cry. Not out of fear or sadness exactly, but something else I can't quite name, like I witnessed something incredibly intimate and sacred, the reunion of two souls who were separated too soon. I'm 35 now with kids of my own, but I've never told them this story. I'm not sure I ever will. Some experiences are too personal, too profound to put into words properly. But I still think about that bride and groom sometimes, standing hand in hand, finally together in the home they built for their future. A future they never got to have, and I hope wherever they are now, they're still holding hands. Story 21. I never believed in ghost stories until 2 years ago. I know that sounds like the start of a campfire tale, but this is all too real for me. I'd been dating Sarah for almost 6 months when I finally got to visit her home in rural Oregon, about 2 hours north of Lakeview where I lived. She and her mum lived in this small log cabin that looked charming from the outside. All wooden beams and a little porch with wind chimes. Sarah had mentioned offhand a few times that their house was a bit haunted, but I laughed it off. People always say that about old houses in the woods, right? The first time I visited, she casually mentioned hearing footsteps in the living room above her basement bedroom at night. Even when Mum's away, on business trips, she added while showing me around. She talked about knocking sounds that would respond if she knocked back. I remember thinking she was just trying to freak me out, or that it was the house settling or something. Old log cabins make noise. Anyway, I finally stayed overnight on a weekend in early autumn. Her mom made us dinner, and we watched movies in the living room before heading down to Sarah's basement bedroom. It was a cozy space, kind of like a little apartment with her bed, a small couch, and a TV. The staircase leading down was open, no door, just stairs disappearing around a corner. I fell asleep easily enough, Sarah curled up next to me, but I woke up suddenly around 2 or 3 in the morning. You know that feeling when you're disoriented, not sure why you're awake, like something pulled you out of sleep? That's exactly how I felt. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and for some reason I looked toward the basement stairs. That's when I saw it. Peering around the corner of the staircase was the black silhouette of a man, just the upper body visible, like someone was leaning around to look at us. It wasn't just a shadow, it had dimension, density. It was undeniably the shape of a person, but completely black, like a void in the shape of a man. I couldn't see any features, just the outline. I froze, completely paralyzed. I thought maybe it was Sarah's mom checking on us, but this was too tall, too broad in the shoulders, and completely silent. We just stared at each other. I know how that sounds, but I felt it watching me. For what felt like a full minute, neither of us moved. Then slowly, deliberately, it pulled back around the corner. No sound, just there one moment, then gradually gone the next. I laid there, heart hammering in my chest, straining to hear footsteps going up the stairs. Nothing. Complete silence. Eventually I convinced myself I was half asleep and seeing things. I closed my eyes, hoping to sleep it off, though it took me at least an hour to calm down enough. When morning came, I told Sarah what I'd seen while we made coffee. Her reaction still gives me chills. She just shrugged and said, "Yeah, that happens sometimes. Don't worry though, it never comes downstairs." Like this was completely normal. I asked her why she didn't warn me, and she said she had. Those were the footsteps and knocking she'd mentioned. She thought I understood what she meant about the house being haunted. She seemed so casual about it, which honestly freaked me out more than the figure itself. We spent the day helping her mom with yard work and then had lunch in their kitchen. That's when things got weirder. I kept seeing something in my peripheral vision. That same black silhouette of a man, just at the edge of my sight. Every time I'd turn my head, nothing would be there. But as soon as I'd look away, there it was again. After about the 5th time, Sarah noticed me getting jumpy. Her mom must have picked up on it too, because she put down her sandwich and said, "Sarah, did you tell him about our domovoi?" I had no idea what she was talking about. She explained that domovoi are protective spirits from Russian folklore, kind of like house guardians. According to her, they had 2 attached to their home. She was completely matter-of-fact about it, like she was discussing their pets or something. "They're curious about new people," she said, buttering another piece of bread. "They just want to check you out, make sure you're not a threat." Then she told me this story that made my skin crawl. Apparently her ex-husband had stayed at the house alone once, while she was away. He called her in the middle of the night, completely panicked, saying there were 2 creatures following him around the house. He described exactly what I had seen. Black silhouettes of men that would appear in doorways or at the edges of his vision. He packed up and left that night, refusing to ever stay there again. I wanted to do the same, but I didn't want to seem like a coward. I made it through the rest of the weekend somehow, though I barely slept. Every time I'd start to drift off, I'd jerk awake, convinced something was watching me from the stairs. Sarah and I broke up a few months later, for unrelated reasons, though I can't say I was sad about not having to visit that house anymore. I tried to put the whole experience behind me, writing it off as an overactive imagination, or maybe even her mum playing mind games with me. Then, 2 years later, it all came rushing back. I was dating Melissa by then. We'd been together about a year and had just bought our first house together, a small fixer-upper on the outskirts of town. One evening, we were up in the attic sorting through some of the previous owner's abandoned junk when our neighbor stopped by to drop off a package. He ended up coming upstairs to check out the attic space and mentioned he'd known the previous owners for years. We got to talking about the house's history, and he started telling us about all the people who'd lived there before. Then he said something that made my blood run cold. "Of course, this place has had its share of tragedy too," he said, looking around the dusty attic. "Back in the 70s, one of the owners hanged himself right up here, and then there was that woman in the 80s who supposedly went mad after her husband left her." I stopped listening. All I could think about was Sarah's house and what I'd seen there. Suddenly, the air in the attic felt different, heavier, colder. I looked toward the far corner, and my heart nearly stopped. There, pressed against the wall, was the silhouette of a woman in a dress. Unlike the figures at Sarah's house, I could make out her eyes, angry, hateful eyes that seemed to glow with an unnatural light. She was staring directly at me, her body unnaturally still. I must have made some kind of sound, because Melissa and our neighbor both stopped talking and looked at me. Neither of them seemed to notice the figure. "What's wrong?" Melissa asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." The figure in the corner seemed to pulse with darkness at her words. I pointed, my hand shaking. "There, in the corner. Don't you see her?" They both looked. Our neighbor stepped forward, pulling out his phone and turning on the flashlight. He shined it toward the corner. Nothing was there, just cobwebs and an old chair. But I could still see her, now partially illuminated by his light, like she was made of something that both absorbed and existed beyond the light, and the expression on her face had changed from anger to something worse, a twisted smile. Then I felt it, like icy hands touching my shoulders and neck. The air around me dropped what felt like 20 degrees. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Melissa must have sensed something was seriously wrong because she grabbed my arm. "Let's go downstairs," she said. "It's getting late anyway." I practically ran down the attic ladder. The sensation of cold hands stayed with me all the way to the first floor. Our neighbor left shortly after, giving me a strange look as he went. As soon as he was gone, I told Melissa everything about Sarah's house, the silhouettes, and now this woman in our attic. To my surprise, she didn't think I was crazy. Her grandmother had been into spiritualism, and Melissa had grown up with stories about the spirit world. "We need sage," she said immediately, "and salt, lots of salt." We drove to a New Age shop in town that was thankfully still open. The woman there seemed to know exactly what we needed before we even explained. We came home with sage bundles, salt, and some protective crystals Melissa insisted on. We spent the next hour smudging every room in the house, paying special attention to the attic. I was terrified to go back up there, but Melissa said we had to cleanse the entire space. As she wafted sage smoke into every corner, I swear I could hear a faint hissing sound, like steam escaping. That was 2 years ago. Since then, I haven't seen any more silhouettes or felt any cold spots in our house, but I still won't go up to the attic alone. Sometimes, when I'm home by myself, I'll hear footsteps up there, light and quick, like someone pacing. I've never told anyone else this story. Even writing it now makes me nervous, like I'm somehow inviting these things back into my life. I still don't know what those figures were, whether they were actual spirits of the dead or something else entirely. All I know is what I saw, and no one will ever convince me it wasn't real. Sometimes I wonder about Sarah and her mom, still living in that log cabin with their domovoi. I wonder if they're still just shrugging it off when dark figures peer around corners at night. Story 22. I still haven't told many people about what happened to us in the Sierra Nevada mountains back in 2020. Most folks would think I'm making it up or that I just got spooked by some deer or something, but I know what I heard that night wasn't normal. Not even close. It was mid-August, and California was in the middle of those crazy wildfires, but my buddy Sam and I had been planning this trip for months. We're both experienced backpackers. I've been hiking since I was 12, and Sam's basically lived in the mountains his whole life. We decided to explore this remote area about 40 miles north of Yosemite. The ranger station was closed due to COVID, so we just parked my Subaru in this little pull-off area along the highway and headed out. We started at around 7,000 feet elevation. The air was crisp but not too cold yet, and the smoke from the wildfires hadn't reached that area. The first part of the hike wasn't bad, some switchbacks through pine forest. Nothing we couldn't handle with our packs. We hiked for about 3 hours before finding this perfect flat spot to set up our base camp. Small clearing, protected from wind, with a little stream about 50 yards away. Perfect. After setting up our tents, we decided to leave most of our gear and keep climbing. We wanted to reach this peak we'd seen on the topographic map. According to my GPS, we were heading toward 9,000 feet, and the views were supposed to be incredible. That's when we found it. This massive meadow, totally unexpected. It wasn't on our map, which was weird, but not unheard of, I guess. This meadow was huge, probably 350 yards long, maybe 400. The grass was this pale yellowish green and came up to my waist. Beautiful place, totally silent except for the wind. The sun was hitting it just right, making the whole field look like it was glowing. Sam immediately wanted to explore it. He's always been more adventurous than me, always wanting to check everything out. I was pretty tired from the hike up, so I just set up my little camping chair at the edge of the meadow and watched him wade through the grass. I remember checking my watch. It was 3:27 in the afternoon. The sun felt good, and I was just sitting there taking it all in. Then something changed. It's hard to explain, but suddenly I felt watched. Like when you're alone in your house, but suddenly feel like someone else is there with you. The hair on my arm stood up, and my stomach got tight. I called out to Sam, but he didn't answer. I stood up and scanned the meadow, but I couldn't see him anywhere, which was bizarre because the grass wasn't tall enough to hide someone completely, and the meadow was wide open with no trees in it. I called again, louder this time. Nothing. I started walking into the meadow, feeling increasingly uneasy. The grass brushed against my legs, making this weird rustling sound that seemed too loud. I kept calling for Sam, walking in what I thought was a straight line toward where I'd seen him last. But somehow I couldn't find him. The meadow didn't look that big from the edge, but once I was in it, it felt wrong. Like distances were off or something. I checked my watch again. 6 minutes had passed since I started looking for him. 6 minutes in an open meadow. That's when I started to panic a little. I was about to really start yelling when I finally spotted him. He was only about 30 yards away, just standing there staring at something in the distance. "Sam!" I shouted. He turned around slowly, like he was coming out of a trance or something. When I reached him, he looked confused. "Did you hear me calling you?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, I didn't hear anything. How long was I gone?" "Like 15 minutes. I was looking for you for the last 6. I was annoyed, but also relieved. Sam frowned. "That's weird. Feels like I just walked in here a minute ago." We both stood there for a moment, not saying anything. Then Sam said, "I don't like this place. Something feels off." I was so glad he said it first. "Yeah. Let's get out of here and head to the peak." We left the meadow quickly, neither of us looking back. As we hiked toward the peak, we didn't talk about what happened, but I could tell Sam was as unsettled as I was. We reached the summit about an hour later, took some pictures, and then headed back down toward our camp. We deliberately took a different route to avoid passing through the meadow again. Back at camp, we got a fire going as the sun was setting. We cooked some freeze-dried pasta and tried to laugh off what happened in the meadow. Sam suggested maybe the altitude was getting to us, making us feel weird. I went along with it, but I knew that wasn't it. I've been at 14,000 feet before and never felt anything like that. We turned in early, around 9:30. I was exhausted from the hike, and we planned to explore a different area the next day. I fell asleep almost immediately. I woke up suddenly at what my watch said was 12:33 in the morning. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me. Then I heard it, the sound of branches hitting trees, not like wind-blowing branches against trunks, but like someone was taking a branch and deliberately striking it against tree trunks. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was coming from the forest around our campsite. Then another set of taps from a different direction. Then another. It was like whatever was making the sound was circling our camp, striking trees as it went. I sat up in my sleeping bag, heart pounding. I wanted to wake Sam, but his tent was about 15 feet from mine, and honestly, I was too scared to unzip my tent and go outside. The tapping continued for maybe 2 minutes, then stopped abruptly. The silence was almost worse. I strained to hear anything, crickets, wind, anything, but there was nothing, just dead silence. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps that sounded like they were coming from something massive. And it wasn't moving on 4 legs. This thing was bipedal, running on 2 legs. The footsteps were spaced too far apart to be human. They came from the edge of the steep mountainside next to our camp. The thing would run for about 5 seconds, heavy, thudding steps that I could feel vibrating through the ground, then stop completely. Then, after a few seconds of silence, it would run again. This happened 4 or 5 times, always along the ridge above our camp, never coming closer, but never going away either. The last time it ran, the footsteps were so loud, I was sure whatever it was had to be at least 300 pounds, maybe more. Then nothing, complete silence again. I lay there, barely breathing, for what felt like hours. I must have eventually fallen asleep from pure exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. The first thing I did was check if Sam was still there. He was, cooking oatmeal over the camp stove like nothing had happened. I asked if he'd heard anything during the night. He hadn't heard a thing. Slept straight through. While Sam packed up, I walked around the perimeter of our camp, looking for tracks or broken branches. Anything that would explain what I'd heard. There was nothing. No footprints, no disturbed earth. Nothing. The ground was too hard and rocky to show prints anyway. We hiked back down to the car that day. I tried to tell Sam about what I'd heard, but even as I was saying it, I could hear how crazy it sounded. Something massive running on 2 legs in the remote Sierra Nevada mountains. He listened politely, but suggested maybe I had a vivid dream triggered by our weird experience in the meadow. Maybe he's right. Maybe it was just a dream, but it didn't feel like a dream. It felt real. And here's the thing. We never talked about going back to that spot. Never even suggested it. We've gone on dozens of hiking trips since then, but somehow we both just silently agreed never to return there. Sometimes when we're sitting around a campfire on other trips, Sam will get this look on his face and say, "Remember that meadow?" And I'll just nod. We don't need to say more than that. Whatever happened there, whatever I heard that night, it wasn't normal. I've researched native legends about the Sierra Nevada, looked into reports of strange encounters in that area. Nothing really matches what we experienced. The closest thing I found was some old logger's account from the 1970s about something that walks the ridges at night. But even that was vague. It's been over 3 years now, and I still get goosebumps when I think about it. Sometimes when I'm camping elsewhere and hear branches moving in the wind, my whole body tenses up, waiting for that rhythmic tapping to start again. I don't know what was in that meadow or what visited our camp that night. All I know is that something was there, something that shouldn't exist according to what we know about the natural world. And whatever it was aware of us. I've tried to convince myself it was a bear or a mountain lion, or even some weirdo hiker playing tricks, but bears don't run on 2 legs for extended periods. Mountain lions don't tap branches against trees in patterns, and no human could make footsteps that heavy or run that fast through dense forest in the middle of the night without a light. To this day, when someone asks me if I believe in the supernatural, I don't answer right away. I think about that meadow where time seemed to stretch, where my friend vanished in plain sight for 6 minutes. I think about those footsteps, too heavy and too spaced out to belong to anything I can name, and I realize there are places in the wilderness where the normal rules don't seem to apply. Story 23. I never really planned to go back to Westbrook Memorial. After quitting 3 years ago, I figured that chapter of my life was closed for good. But security jobs that pay decent money aren't exactly growing on trees in this economy. And when my old supervisor Jake called saying they needed experienced officers, the familiar paycheck was too tempting to pass up. Let me back up a bit. Westbrook Memorial was built in 1924, this massive brick complex with 2 main buildings connected by walkways. 6 floors of medical history stacked on top of each other. The place had that distinct hospital smell that never quite leaves your nose, even after your shift ends. By 2008, most operations had moved to the shiny new hospital across town, leaving large sections of the old building empty and abandoned. During my first stint working there, I experienced things I still can't fully explain. I'm not some ghost hunter type. I was just a guy trying to do his rounds and make it to morning. But there was something about those empty corridors in the abandoned pediatric wing. Children's laughter when no kids were present, shadows that moved against the light instead of with it, objects that weren't where I'd left them minutes before. Call me crazy, but I eventually developed what felt like an understanding with whatever was in that building. I'd talk out loud sometimes, especially when I was alone, asking that they only hide from me when I needed to handle actual security business. Strangely enough, it seemed to work. I'd still have maybe 2 or 3 weird encounters per night, but they never interfered when I was dealing with actual hospital matters. Last Monday was my first shift back. The hospital had changed significantly. They demolished most of the abandoned sections, including the old morgue in the basement. Only about 40% of the original structure remained, connected to newer additions. Walking in felt like visiting an old friend who'd had radical plastic surgery. Recognizable, but deeply altered. I remember clocking in at 10:45 p.m., 15 minutes before my shift officially started. Old habit, I liked having time to get situated before taking over. The night shift supervisor, Marla, new since my time, handed me my radio keys and a map of the revised layout. Might want to familiarize yourself with the changes, she said. A lot's different now. I nodded, though I was more concerned with what might have stayed the same. After Marla left for her rounds, I stood in the empty security office and did something that would probably get me mocked by the other guards. So, I said to the empty room, I'm back. For those of you who remember me, I hope you're doing all right. I know they've changed a lot around here, and some of you might have been displaced. I just wanted to set some ground rules like before. No touching me, no following me home, and please don't deliberately try to scare me. I respect your space, and I hope you'll respect mine. I felt ridiculous talking to thin air, but also strangely better afterward. Like I'd re-established an important boundary. I grabbed my flashlight and headed out for my first patrol. The main lobby was quiet that night. Just the overnight receptionist half dozing behind her desk and the usual fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. The place smelled of disinfectant and coffee. My footsteps echoed on the polished floor as I walked the perimeter, checking doors and making mental notes of the changes. About half an hour into my shift, I noticed a woman in the main lobby. She was dressed as a nun, full habit, everything. Seemed odd at 11:30 at night, but we had a chapel, so I figured maybe she worked there. She was walking purposefully toward where the old chapel used to be, not where the new one was located after the remodel. "Excuse me, sister," I called out, walking faster to catch up. "The chapel's been moved. It's down the east corridor now." She didn't respond, just kept walking at the same steady pace. I followed her around a corner, but when I turned it myself, the hallway was empty, completely empty. There was nowhere she could have gone. No doors, no side corridors, nothing, just an empty hallway. My heart started beating faster, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she'd moved quicker than I thought. Maybe I'd somehow missed her entering a room. I checked every door in that hallway, all locked for the night. I even radioed the front desk to ask if they'd seen a nun come through. Nothing. Okay, I muttered to myself. So that's how we're starting. The rest of that shift was quiet until around 2 a.m. when I needed to use the restroom. I picked the one by the former pediatrics ward, which was now administrative offices. As I washed my hands, I heard someone enter the stall behind me. I didn't think much of it. Night shift staff coming and going was normal. Then I heard a loud, weary sigh from the stall, the kind of exhausted sound someone makes at the end of a difficult day. The toilet flushed, And I heard the automatic door of the stall swing open, but nobody came out. I stood there, hands dripping, waiting for someone to emerge. Nothing. The bathroom door hadn't opened either. I would have seen it in the mirror directly in front of me. I slowly turned around. The stall door was indeed open, swinging slightly as if someone had just pushed through it. "Hello?" I called out. Silence. I checked every stall in that bathroom, all empty. I even got down on my hands and knees to see if someone was hiding, feeling like a complete idiot as I did so. Nothing. Just me, alone, with water still dripping from my fingers. The next few nights followed a similar pattern. I'd hear disembodied voices asking, "Is anyone there?" When I was clearly visible in the middle of an empty hallway, footsteps would follow me, matching my pace, then stopping when I stopped, but always staying just behind me. One night I distinctly heard a child's voice say, "He's back," as I passed the former entrance to pediatrics. By Thursday night I was exhausted but strangely comfortable with it all. It was like reuniting with old acquaintances who had their quirks but meant no real harm. I'd forgotten how oddly normal the abnormal could become. That night was my last shift at the old building before I was scheduled to transfer to the newer hospital across town. It was pouring rain, and I'd been patrolling the parking garage, making sure no one was breaking into cars. My radio had been crackling all night due to the storm, so I'd put the rain cover on it to keep it dry. Around 3 a.m., I headed back inside, soaked despite my raincoat. I was making my way down a service corridor when my supervisor, Marla, suddenly appeared around the corner, looking frantic. "Hayes, where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for 20 minutes. I pulled my radio out. It was off, completely off. Not just silent, powered down, which was impossible because the rain cover made it nearly impossible to accidentally press any buttons, let alone hold down the power button long enough to shut it off. "I don't understand," I said, powering it back on. "It was working fine earlier." "Well, it's not working now," she snapped. "We had an incident in the psych ward. Officer Danners got hurt trying to restrain a patient. I needed backup, and you were nowhere to be found." My blood ran cold. "Is he okay?" "Broken nose, possible concussion. The patient had a hidden metal cup. We've got it under control now, but..." She trailed off, shaking her head. "Just keep your damn radio on, okay?" After she left, I stood there in the empty hallway, staring at my radio. The timing was too perfect. If my radio had been working, I would have been the one responding to the psych ward. I would have been the one with a broken nose or worse. "Was that you?" I asked the empty hallway. "Did you turn off my radio?" No response, of course, but the air felt different somehow, heavier, more present, like someone was listening. On my way out that morning, I passed by the demolished area where the old morgue used to be. They'd put up temporary walls around the construction zone. As I walked by, I heard a whisper from behind the barrier. "You're welcome, Michael." I froze. I'd never told any of the staff my first name. Everyone just called me Hayes. The only time I'd used my full name was years ago, when I'd first started talking to the empty rooms. I've been at the new hospital for almost a week now. It's cleaner, more modern, better lit. Nothing strange has happened here. No voices, no footsteps, no mysterious figures. The other guards think I'm crazy when I mention the old building. They laugh and tell ghost stories they've heard, treating them like urban legends. But I know better. Whatever was in that old hospital wasn't just stories. They remembered me, they knew my name, and I think in their own way they were looking out for me. I'm writing this down because I'm still trying to make sense of it all. I don't know if they were ghosts or something else entirely. I don't know why they chose to interact with me, but I do know that something in that building was aware, intelligent, and apparently protective. I've requested permanent assignment to the new facility. Some connections, I've decided, are better left in the past, but sometimes late at night when I'm alone on patrol, I still find myself whispering a quiet thank you to empty hallways, just in case they somehow followed me after all. Story 24. I've been sitting on this experience for 12 years now, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've told this story to a few people over the years, but I usually get those looks, you know the ones, where they're trying to be polite but clearly think you're making stuff up. But Mia and I know what we saw that day. We still text each other about it sometimes, just to confirm we're not crazy. This happened back in the summer of 2011 when I was 14. I grew up in Mapleton, your typical suburban town, with way too many strip malls and not enough to do as a teenager. My family lived in this old mid-century house that my great-grandparents bought back in the 1950s. It wasn't anything fancy, just a standard 3-bedroom with wood paneling that my mom was always threatening to tear down, but never did. That summer was brutally hot, the kind where your legs stick to any surface and the air feels like soup. Mia Chen, my best friend since 4th grade, was over at my house almost every day because her parents both worked and my mom was usually home. We'd been friends forever. She was the quiet, smart one, while I was the loud one, always getting us into trouble. This particular day was a Wednesday, I remember, because my mom had her book club meeting that evening and was busy preparing snacks downstairs. Mia and I were in my bedroom, which used to be my great-grandparents' room before they passed away. We were just doing typical teenage stuff, lying on my bed with my laptop, watching stupid YouTube videos, and probably talking about whatever boys we had crushes on that week. My room was nothing special. Light blue walls that I'd begged my parents to paint. They were previously this awful beige color. Posters of bands I liked, and a TV stand in the corner that held this old TV my parents had given me when they upgraded the living room one. My brother's glasses were sitting on that TV stand because he'd come in earlier to ask if we'd seen his phone charger and must have set them down and forgotten them. So there we were, just laughing about some dumb video. When we heard this distinct thump behind us, I nearly jumped out of my skin, and Mia actually let out this little yelp. We both turned around at the same time, and there on the carpet were my brother's glasses, just sitting there, about 5 feet away from the TV stand. Now I need to be super clear here. There is absolutely no way those glasses should have moved on their own. The TV stand was against the wall. The glasses had been pushed back, not teetering on the edge or anything, and even if they had somehow fallen off naturally, they would have dropped straight down. But these glasses were a good 5 feet away from the stand, like someone had picked them up and tossed them onto the floor. We both just stared at them for what felt like forever. Mia was the first to speak. "Did you see that?" she whispered, and I just nodded, not trusting my voice. Here's the thing, my windows were closed because the AC was on, my bedroom door was shut. We didn't have any pets at the time because my mom was allergic. And it was just us and my mom in the house, and she was downstairs in the kitchen. After a few seconds of staring at the glasses like they might move again, I finally got the courage to get up and pick them up. They were just my brother's regular reading glasses, nothing special about them, but they had somehow traveled 5 feet through the air. Maybe there was an earthquake, Mia suggested, but we both knew that was ridiculous. An earthquake strong enough to launch glasses 5 feet would have knocked other stuff over too, and we would have felt it. We were both properly freaked out at this point. I remember my hands were shaking as I put the glasses back on the TV stand, and Mia had gone pale. We decided to go downstairs and tell my mum. My mum was in the kitchen arranging cheese and crackers on a plate when we burst in, probably looking like we'd seen a ghost. "Mum, something weird just happened," I said, talking too fast. Jason's glasses just fell off the TV stand and landed like 5 feet away on the floor, all by themselves. My mum barely looked up from her cheese arrangement. Maybe the house shifted or something. This old place makes noise all the time." "No, Mom, you don't understand," I insisted. "They didn't just fall, they moved sideways, like a lot. That's not possible." She gave me that look parents give when they think you're being dramatic. "Lisa, I'm sure there's a logical explanation. Maybe they were closer to the edge than you thought." Mia, who was usually super shy around parents, actually spoke up. Mrs. Donovan, we both saw it. The glasses were definitely not near the edge, and they landed really far away. My mom just sighed. Girls, I'm sure it seems weird, but houses make things move sometimes. Old houses settle, or maybe there was a draft. We knew it was useless. Adults never believe this kind of stuff. We grabbed some sodas from the fridge and went back upstairs, but we didn't go back to my room right away. Instead, we sat on the stairs, sipping our drinks and trying to make sense of what happened. Your room has always been kind of creepy, Mia said quietly. She wasn't wrong. Ever since I was little, I'd heard weird noises in that bedroom at night. Creaks and thumps that my parents always dismissed as the house settling or probably raccoons in the attic. But this was the middle of the day, and what we'd seen wasn't a noise. It was an object moving in a way that defied physics. Eventually, we worked up the courage to go back to my room, but we left the door wide open and sat as far from the TV stand as possible. We tried to go back to watching videos, but neither of us could concentrate. Every little noise made us jump. "Do you think your house is haunted?" Mia whispered after a while. I shrugged, trying to act braver than I felt. "I don't know. Maybe." The rest of the afternoon was tense. We kept glancing at the TV stand, half expecting something else to move. Nothing did, but the damage was done. We were thoroughly creeped out. When Mia's mom came to pick her up at 6, I think we were both relieved. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying what had happened in my head, trying to find some logical explanation. Had there been a string attached to the glasses? No, we would have seen it. Had someone else been in the house? No, just my mom downstairs. Could it have been some freak air current? But the windows were closed, and the AC vent wasn't anywhere near the TV stand. I finally fell asleep with my bedside lamp on around 2 in the morning. The next day at breakfast, I tried bringing it up with my mom again, but she just rolled her eyes. "Lisa, please don't start with the ghost stories. This house makes noises because it's old, not because it's haunted." I gave up trying to convince her, but Mia and I kept talking about it. We'd text each other late at night when we got spooked thinking about it. We even tried to research similar experiences online, but nothing quite matched what we'd seen. The summer went on, and while nothing else moved on its own in my room, I became hyper-aware of every creak and groan the house made. I started noticing patterns, like how the floorboards near my closet would sometimes creak around the same time each night, even when no one was walking there, or how the temperature in one corner of my room always felt colder than the rest. When school started again in the fall, the memory of the glasses incident faded somewhat, replaced by homework and extracurriculars, but Mia and I never forgot. It became our shared secret, something we'd bring up every now and then just to reassure ourselves that we weren't crazy, that we both remembered it the same way. Years passed. I graduated high school and went off to college 3 states away. Coming home for holidays, I'd still feel a slight unease sleeping in my old room, though I never saw anything move on its own again. It wasn't until I was 22, home for Christmas break during my senior year of college, that I finally learned something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I was helping my grandmother decorate the tree when she started reminiscing about past Christmases in that house. She mentioned how my great-grandparents had loved the holidays. "Your great-grandfather especially," she said, hanging a delicate glass ornament. "He always insisted on putting the star on top of the tree, right up until the year he passed. I hadn't heard much about my great-grandfather's death. He died long before I was born, and it wasn't something my family talked about much." "How did he die?" I asked, trying to sound casual. My grandmother's hands paused over the ornament box. "Heart attack, in his sleep. Your mother was just a little girl then. He went peacefully at least, right there in their bedroom." "Their bedroom?" I repeated, already knowing the answer. "Yes, what's your room now?" she said, not noticing how still I'd gone. "That's why your great-grandmother moved in with us afterward. She couldn't bear to sleep in that room anymore. I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. My great-grandfather had died in my bedroom, the same room where years later a pair of glasses had somehow moved 5 feet across the air all by themselves. I wanted to tell my grandmother about what Mia and I had seen that summer day, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Instead, I just nodded and kept hanging ornaments with shaking hands. That night, lying in my old bed, I texted Mia the new information. She responded immediately. "Holy shit, Lisa, I knew your room was haunted." It's been years since then. I'm 26 now, living in my own apartment in a different city. I've tried researching more about the paranormal, looking for scientific explanations for objects moving on their own. Nothing I've found has fully explained what Mia and I saw that day. Sometimes I wonder if my great-grandfather was trying to communicate something, or maybe it was just some weird physics phenomenon that science hasn't explained yet. All I know is that both Mia and I saw those glasses move in a way that should have been impossible, and neither of us has ever forgotten it. My parents sold the house last year when they downsized to a condo. Sometimes I wonder if the new owners have experienced anything strange in my old bedroom. Part of me wants to warn them, but what would I even say? Watch out for flying objects? So that's my story. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but I know what I saw. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I still think about those glasses landing on my bedroom floor 5 feet away from where they should have been. And I wonder what else might be out there that we can't explain.